a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Thank you for joining us this beautiful morning. Let's see what's making the headlines today. Dangote Refinery withdraws 100 billion naira lawsuit against NNPC, AYM Shafa and others. IMF retains Nigeria's GDP growth at 3.4% after rebasing. FX liquidity revives Naira payment for foreign school fees and medical bills. China offers parents $500 per child to support birth rate recovery. Yao Felix completes £43.7 million move to Saudi Arabian side Al Nasir. Well, let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the Dangote Petroleum Refinery and Petrochemicals has officially withdrawn its high-stakes 100 billion naira lawsuits filed against the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, AYM Shafa Limited, and AA Reno Limited. According to reports, the legal proceedings, which were before the Federal High Court in Abuja, have now been discontinued without public explanation or confirmation of a settlement. This discontinuance, dated 28th of July, was signed by the lead counsel representing Dangote Refinery, Ogu James Onoha. No further clarification accompanied the terse legal declaration, reportedly leaving observers and industry stakeholders speculating about the behind-the-scenes developments that prompted the withdrawal. Moving on, the International Monetary Fund has retained its position on its projection of a 3.4% expansion in the country's real GDP for 2025, despite the change in methodology by the country's Bureau of Statistics. The IMF revealed this in its updated World Economic Outlook released on Tuesday, 29th of July. Nigeria retained its status as the fourth largest economy in Africa, despite a rebasing exercise that expanded the country's gross domestic product. The National Bureau of Statistics, however, announced that the economy expanded to 372.8 trillion naira in 2024, down from 314.2 trillion naira in the prior year, as more sectors in the informal economy were considered in its calculations. Still on, improved dollar liquidity has enabled Nigerian banks to resume payments for international school fees and medical bills using Naira accounts following a long suspension triggered by acute foreign exchange shortages. According to reports, processing time for foreign school fee payments has now been cut drastically from as long as 120 days to about 4 days on the back of this process. Banks such as Guarantee Trust Holding Company and EcoBank are reportedly notifying customers, as bankers remind customers to use the website application portal for education-related fees. The bank also revealed that customers can also settle medical bills abroad directly from their Naira account, adding that expatriate remittances have similarly been made easy with direct access through Naira account. To end the local news, the Labour Party presidential candidate in the 2023 election, Peter Obi, has described Nigeria's 187 trillion naira debt as unsustainable. Obi revealed this on Tuesday, July 29th, noting that the Senate had on July 22nd approved an additional $21 billion, 2.2 billion euros and 15 billion yen of external borrowing for the 2025 to 2026 fiscal cycle. The former governor also added 750.9 billion naira domestic bond issuance and a 65 million pound grant, declaring that with an already existing public debt of about 149.3 trillion naira as of the first quarter of 2025 and the earlier loans of about 37.2 trillion naira. Nigeria's current total debt comes to about 187 trillion naira, with concerns that the debt might likely be over 200 trillion naira by the end of 2025. Obi lamented that despite the huge loans, Nigeria still ranks low on all major human development indicators. And on the foreign scene, China has unveiled its first nationwide childcare subsidy aimed at encouraging families to have more children. Reports reveal that the development is in a move to tackle its deepening demographic crisis. Beginning in 2025, parents across the country will receive 300 yuan annually for each child under the age of 3 as part of a wider policy shift designed to reverse years of declining birth rate. This initiative, announced on Monday, reportedly marks significant expansion of earlier local schemes expected to benefit over 20 million families each year, while the subsidy were exempted from income tax, which would not be counted as household earnings when determining eligibility for other forms of state assistance. And also, the United Nations Children's Fund has appointed Wafa Said Abdelatif as the new UNICEF country representative in Nigeria. Abdelatif is expected to replace Walter Kasadi Mulumbo, whose time in Nigeria reportedly witnessed deep participation of UNICEF in the country's healthcare development. UNICEF, in a statement on Tuesday, July 29th, expressed a warm welcome to the new country representative, looking forward to the impact of our leadership in the vital mission of developing Nigeria's healthcare sector. The statement noted that with over 20 years of dedicated service in international humanitarian and development work, Abdelatif brings a wealth of experience and leadership to Nigeria's efforts to improve the lives of children and communities across the country. And now to sports, Portugal and Chelsea forward João Felix has completed a high-profile move to Saudi Pro League club Al Nassr in a deal worth £43.7 million. According to reports, the transfer includes an initial £26.2 million fee and up to £17.5 million in performance-related add-ons, as he signed a 2-year contract running until 2027. Felix, who's 25, joins the Riyadh-based club after an inconsistent spell in Europe, which saw him feature for Atletico Madrid, Barcelona, AC Milan and Chelsea. In his welcome remark, Felix revealed that he has come to spread joy and win together with the team. To end the news, the most successful Manchester manager in Manchester City's history, Pep Guardiola, has confirmed his firm intention to quit coaching after his contract at City ends. The 54-year-old Spaniard revealed his decision is more than decided, confirming that he will step away from the dugout, possibly for good, when his contract expires in 2027. Guardiola has won 18 trophies in Manchester City, including 6 Premier League titles and a long-awaited Champions League crown. Well, that does it this morning on the BDTV Breakfast News. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Up next is a newspaper review. Do stay with us.
Welcome to Today in History here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the business world. I am Norma Wona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, July 30th.
On this day in 1863, Henry Ford was born. Ford would found Ford Motor Company 40 years later and would become one of the most famous brands in America. It's important to note that while Henry Ford is known for starting one of America's most famous brands today, he failed several times early on. Ford's first company was the Detroit Automobile Company, which he founded in August 5th, 1899. The company would only survive until January 1901, when the company was dissolved. Later, Ford would launch the Henry Ford Motor Company in 1902, but leave a year later after disputes with his business partner. The company would be renamed Cadillac Motor Company, a well-known brand still today. It would not be until June 16, 1903, when Ford will launch the Ford Motor Company that we know today. At its founding, Henry Ford had $28,000 to start Ford Motor Company. Today, his company has a market cap of more than $38 billion. That amounts to a compounded annual growth rate of 13%. And on this day in 1914, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell nearly 7% as fears about World War I escalated. Traders on the New York Stock Exchange were rightfully on edge. Austria had invaded Serbia, Russia was mobilizing troops on its border, and Germany was threatening Russia with war should it advance. Germany would declare war August 1st. Rumors circulated the exchange floor that the New York Stock Exchange would be closed. However, on this day, exchange officials would do their best to kill the rumors. Unfortunately, that would not last because news began to reach America of the rapidly escalating situation in Europe. Traders began to panic. The next morning, on July 31st, the New York Exchange would not open and will remain closed until December.
And that is how far we can take you today in history here on BDTV. I am Norma Wona. Keep watching BDTV.
watching Business Day Television.
You're still watching the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is the newspaper review, and my name is Elizabeth Musa. And of course, I'm joined this morning in the studio. I'm joined by Mr. Joshua Bassi, our editorial director here at Business Day Television. Welcome to the show, Mr. Bassi.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Good morning.
Good morning. Good to see you. How are you doing this morning?
Good, thanks. And you?
Very well, thank you. Let's see what we have on the front pages of the papers this morning. Starting off with the Business Day paper this morning. The big story on the front page of the Business Day paper says Telecom's $76 billion investment suffers sabotage despite Tinubu's security pledge. And the writer here goes on to say that firms see over 680 outages in 7 months. MTN Nigeria budgets 26.3 billion naira for fiber cut repairs and relocation. On page 29 of the paper, Transcorp defies headwinds and posts 85.7 billion naira profit before tax, and to me that's really impressive. And still on the electricity and power sector, it says paying for darkness disclose 5-month revenue NES 2024. Let's start off with the big story, talking about the $76 billion investment suffering sabotage despite Tinubu's security pledge. You've been following this story. If you could shed more light on this story for us this morning.
Yeah, thank you, Elizabeth. You know, the telecom sector has become, one of the biggest sectors of this economy, and doing quite well, even in terms of the number of people that sector employs and what that sector actually doing, in terms of even helping other sectors of the economy. Because communication is everything, internet is everything, and without internet and all of those things, we can't really do anything. So it's one sector that everybody sees as a priority sector. And even in terms of the contribution of the telecom sector to the GDP of the economy, it's quite huge. We all know that. And so sometime last year, I think, it was then thought necessary by the president to then put the telecom infrastructure as was then classified as national asset. And you know, the president signed an executive order classifying telecom infrastructure as national asset, meaning that they are now going to enjoy maximum protection against vandalism, against sabotage and all of those things, cutting and all these things. But quite unfortunately, even with that executive order, the story is speaking to the fact that even despite that executive order, you can see that telecom companies are still suffering vandalism of their infrastructure, their property, and what have you. And so it's something that is of concern to everybody, because God forbid, if for any reason some of these things completely maybe cable cuts and all of that, and we can't communicate. I think so. It's just to say that there's a need for the government and of course the security agencies to actually follow up with the executive order that was signed by Mr. President, classifying a telecom infrastructure as national asset that should be protected at all times, such that vandals and those who go there to do one thing or the other are not allowed to continue to tamper with those assets, because, like we say, based on the executive order, they are national assets that must be protected at all times, especially, like I said before, given the role, the critical role that that sector plays
in the economy.
Yeah, in the economy.
I mean, when you look at how much MTN Nigeria is budgeting for fiber cut repairs, 26.3 billion naira for fiber cut repairs and relocation. That's
huge.
Large,
and that's a repair. I'm not talking about a new investment to actually upgrade them. So that's just to repair what has been damaged. You understand? So it's something that is of great concern to everybody, and I think that the government should take a lot more action, to pay a lot more attention to that sector, to ensuring that those critical telecom infrastructures are protected, are secure, so that we can continue to have, uninterrupted service.
I think that's what NCC is trying to do, also by wading in and trying to create more.
Exactly. Yeah. So.
Right. This other story here is still on the critical sector, the power sector, paying for darkness, and it says Disco's 5-month revenue nears 2024. Or the inside story here is, it has sources from the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission showing that between January and May 2025, Disco's collected 954.6 billion naira from customers, and which was just 12% shy of the 1.8 trillion naira revenue recorded for the entire 2024. And said the numbers have left many analysts and consumers puzzled, if not outraged, because power outages have worsened in 2025, and this is despite the sum that they've been able to amass. Yes, and you're talking about the fact that there's still power outage, and people are the inside story here, they have spoken to sources, spoken to reach out to some people, and people were complaining about the fact that despite how much they have to pay, in spite of the amount that they are paying, they're still suffering from, I would say, suffering from no light. So literally paying for darkness, just like the story says. I wonder what could be really done for our power sector. Yesterday on the news, on the front page, I'd seen that I think the federal government was selling, I think what I saw, if I recall, was selling some discos to about 16. Yes, to making move. I don't know if that's if that's a step in the right direction, if that would also help us. They were selling some of this to some private companies. So maybe that's also a move for them to revamp and overhaul this sector, because we've been talking about the power sector for the longest time. Now we're going on a 25 days supposed upgrade, which I think is which I think it's okay, because of the fact that everything that's working needs a break. Even the human body always needs a break to revitalize.
But does it have to go on for 25 days? Is that what is obtained?
But that's the thing. It's not the full. So if you look at it, Mr. Bassi, it's not the entire day. They said it's from a certain time. 25 days, you blink and it's 25 days.
They should upgrade. It's fine, right. So it can they can come back to serve us better. But the story itself, the story again on the front page of BusinessDay, for me actually it speaks to the contradiction that we have in the power sector in this country.
Right.
Discos are making so much money, as you can see. In just the first 5 months of the year, I can say the money they are making is actually nearing what they made the entire 2024. But unfortunately, the service they are rendering is so poor. And so these guys are making, but at the same time, the discos are also complaining that they are not making enough money. And so as we speak, there's a push even for further increase in tariff. And then we are seeing what they are making here. And then unfortunately, because we keep talking about whenever the operators within that sector, whenever they talk, or you hear them say, including the Minister of Power, Mr. Adelabu, all of the time when you hear them talk, they're talking about cost-reflective tariff. Cost-reflective tariff. That's what you get to hear, all the time. But I've also asked this question: when are we going to see service with reflective tariff? So because it is not only the operator within the system, the discos particularly, and even the other ones along the value chain that should be making money, right? Fine, they should make money. Fine, they need all of the money they can make to be able to. But the customers, right, who are enjoying this the service that they offer, also need quality service. Okay, uninterrupted power supply. But we are not saying that. And you recall last year they came up with this bands, band A, band B, band C, and what have you. Even as we speak, those who are on band A are complaining, and they were supposed to have uninterrupted power supply for at least 20 hours in a day. If you ask those who are on band A, I'm not on band A, I'm lucky. And ordinary, and that's ironical, because I should love to be on the band that guarantees 24 hours, 20
hours per, I mean, that's
supply to me. But I'm now saying that I am lucky not to be on band A.
Why do you say
I'm lucky
so?
not to be on band A, because for those who are on band A, the 20-hour power supply that they were promised, they're not getting it. But they pay through their nose. That's the contradiction here.
Electricity
so
is
I would
really
have loved to be on band A, knowing that I will have at least 20-hour power supply in a day. But that's not the case. If you ask those who are on band A whether they are getting 20 hours power supply, they will tell you no. But they are paying, what they are paying is huge. Okay, so that's the contradiction I'm talking about here. And so they are making money, but the customers that are supposed to be, servicing,
benefiting and enjoying this power supply
are not seeing power supply.
They're not.
And like I said, I think it was the day before yesterday, I was listening to a conversation by a group of people, and what I could pick from that there might be, before the end of the year, that there might be another tariff increase, and of course, because even the Minister of Power, and people within that value chain have also indicated that there might be another, because they are still complaining that we haven't even gotten what they call we haven't seen cost reflective tariff. So they are still pushing to have a tariff increase, which is quite possible, before the year runs out. But so I'm saying basically is that we need to see service reflective tariff. Not all of the time cost reflective tariff.
So let's hope that after this 25 days maintenance, perhaps we're going to see an
but
improvement.
the 25-day maintenance, as far as I'm concerned, I think it's just Eco and the Ikeja district. That's basically legal. I'm talking about the
nationwide.
Right. And I think the whole of this problem started in when that sector was privatized under the joint administration in it started 2012, then about 2013, when that sector was privatized. And I think the problem really was that those who bought, some of these discos did not have the technical competence, and then of course, unfortunately, again, they have not also brought.
But things were worse before then.
We've always been having problem with NEPA. You remember in the old days of NEPA, it wasn't like there was this conversation. If we have the private sector coming to operate within that sector, right, that we're going to see improvement because they will bring in fresh investment money, do a lot of it, turn that sector around. But unfortunately, that hasn't happened because those who were lucky, I might use that word, who were lucky to buy those discos haven't, brought in the level of investment that we anticipated they would bring in, unfortunately. And I tell you something, Elizabeth, where I was living before, where I'm living now, a pole had, fallen because there was this, rainstorm, and then fell a pole. And that pole was left on the ground for 1 week. I mean, right? It was left on the ground for 1 week, which is the same thing that we used to have when it was NEPA. And so we have private sector now coming, but that pole was left on the ground with the cable on the ground for 1 week, and so that street didn't have light. Okay,
blackout.
You didn't have light, not until I decided to do a story before Eco District responded to come fix that. And already, because the community, the landlord community, started going around asking people to contribute money so that they can go buy a new pool. And I said to myself, for God's sake, we used to have this when it was NEPA, managed by it was in the hand of government. Now this business is now in the hands of the private sector. We can't be buying pool for people who are for their own business. You understand? So what I'm saying basically is that we haven't seen that level of change, positive change in that sector that we thought the privatization would bring about.
So do you think it would have been better off things would have been better off right now if it was still under, you know, the federal government?
No, I really don't think so. But I mean, but there was this expectation, you know, because we hear people say, "Oh, government has no business in business," and of course, we have seen so many examples of government not being able to effectively run, you know, business. For instance, we see what is happening in the oil and gas. We see what is happening with the refineries that have been down for years without anything being done.
Absolutely.
You know, so we've seen that, and we've seen what Dangote has come, a private investor. We've seen what he has done. Within a short period, we are now having a 650,000 barrel per day refinery, which is being I hear that it's been upgraded to 700,000 barrels per day. So I'm just using that to say that, look, government, like people will say, really should not be in business because they can't do it very well. But we were hoping that, because this was the idea that, you know, drive the privatization of the power sector, that when the private sector people come in, they will be able, you know, to turn situation around within that sector. But I'm saying, unfortunately,
they were not able they've not been able to do that.
It speaks to the fact that maybe those who bought those discos, those who got into the privatization thing, which is the reason why people will say, "Oh, governments just sold it to."
Are not competent enough.
Yeah. So they were not competent enough. They did not have the necessary,
the requisite knowledge,
financial capacity to bring in funds to turn that sector around. And so we have continued to see just
we're going in cycles.
Just cycle one spot. We haven't been able to see any movement
to break through.
Quite unfortunately.
But let's come to the private sector now. Speaking on the private sector, at least some good things are still happening. So Transcorp has defied all headwinds and they posted its 5.7 billion naira profit before tax. I think this happened yesterday because I was, you know, on social media and I was like, Transcorp, wow, this is amazing. Because one thing I know is under their former the CEO Dupe Olushola, I remember she used to do updates on, you know, their achievement, you know, posting their profit. So it's also good to see that under the person who took over, which is Uzo Oshogwu, we're seeing the same thing happening. And I'm wondering how they are able to do that despite, you know, the economic terrain that we have right now, you know, just being able to, you know, it's 5.7 billion naira profit is a whole lot, and that's before tax. And this is at a time where you are seeing the opposite happening because of the current economic climate. So what do you think is perhaps the reason why they're able to record this success?
Yeah, I want to be maybe better management, ask me, being able to read the market, being able to understand the way, the kind of service to offer and which people, and of course, you know, that sector is one sector that people always hospitality, people always looking at them, people always have them, people always, you know, so it's one sector. And then if you're able to carve a niche for yourself and you're able to offer that unique, you know, service that people are looking forward to, there are still people who have the money to, you know, to spend, you know, as far as that area, that sector is concerned. So I'm not surprised. But of course, like I said, also, give it to management. And of course, you know, the chairman, Tony Elumelu, is one man who has really done well in any area.
Every area, he has that, you know, that leadership, that tenacity, you know,
leadership drive.
Yeah, you see him everywhere.
The banking sector. We're talking about his investment in the power sector. We're talking about his investment in the
insurance as well,
and all of that. We're talking about his investment in, you know, insurance and all of that. So even in health, you know, so he's doing quite well. So I'm not surprised that Transcorp is posting
all of that profit. Well, let's see what we have on the Vanguard paper this morning, because we are, in the interest of time, the big story here says First Lady donates 1 billion naira to resettle Benue IDPs. Of course, this is the killings in Benue State. And then another story on page 5 says Tinubu reassures North of development as ACF chair and ex-SGF kick. It says, my government will leave no region behind in development. This is from President Tinubu Northern governors reaffirm support for president. Call for deepening citizens' engagement. Boko Haram bandits attack declined under Tinubu. This is from Ribadu, speaking. This is all, obviously, this is all ahead of the 2027 elections. North marginalized under Tinubu. This is from the ACF chair. Kwakwanso is right. North is marginalized. This is from Babachir Lawal. Owaneze, Pandef, MBF, they speak up as well. Saraki to supporters. I didn't direct anyone to join ADC. This is talking about the political defections and all of that. IMF upgrades Nigeria's economic forecast to 3.4%. This is on page 19 of the Vanguard paper this morning. States tackle federal government over equity ownership of discos and NDPHC. Story below here says British High Commission CDS decry killing of 38 kidnapped hostages after ransom payment. And 2027 elections, ADC might become another PDP or APC if Lukman wins. It says it will stop imposition and reform ADC bureaucracy. Mark replies Lukman. And in the world of sports, says our next target is to win World Cup. This is obviously on the back of the just concluded win, the WAFCON win.
Yeah.
The victory, which victory is actually sweet to
Saturday,
record, We're talking on the Vanguard paper this morning. So let's start off with Tinubu's reassurance for the North, reassuring the North of development as ACF chair and XGF speak.
Yes, there was a forum yesterday where I think it was organized by the government, basically by those in government to meet with some northern leaders where they were able to brief them about what the government has done so far. I mean, it's a way of just trying to rally the North for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu ahead of the 2027 election. Before now, or even right now, there's so much complaint coming from the North. The Arewa Consultative Forum, Babachir Lawal, former secretary to the government under late President Muhammadu Buhari. You also recall very recently too, Kwakwanso also accused the president or accused the current administration of not doing enough for the North. And so I think the government perhaps realized that there was a need to meet with Northern leaders, and so that event they held that yesterday. I think it was in Kaduna, and so in that event there was a national security advisor, that is No Ribadu. There was secretary to the government of the federation, George Akume. There was a national security advisor, and then the governor of Kaduna State, Obasani. They were all there, and all they were saying was like, look, the North is complaining that the North has not received a fair share. Maybe in terms of infrastructural development, in terms of even appointment, of risk, of late we've seen a lot more appointment now going to the North. But the North has been complaining that the government of Bola Ahmed Tinubu has not, or is not treating them fair enough. So I think at that forum yesterday, the secretary to the government of the federation, the national security advisor, Kaduna State governor, they all, brief the North, and they're trying to just show them what it is that the government has done. And to say that the North actually is not being marginalized. But again, there was a statement, I think it was by one of them actually said that, look, that the problem of Nigeria, or the problem of the North, the problem that the North is having and the complaint that are raising did not start with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. That these are some of the things that Tinubu inherited when he came in 2023, which is what it is actually. I mean, Tinubu did not create the problem in the North. Neither did he create the problem that we have in any part of the country. Actually, inherited some of these things, but this push for not complaining is what I really also find it very difficult to understand. Because if you go by the number of years that the North has governed the country compared to the number of years that is South, you actually realize that, I mean, from the military era till now, you actually realize that we've had more people from the North governing the country.
We have,
and
actually.
The question I always ask, so all of those years that we have the North, especially the military head of state in power, what exactly did they do for the North? Because today, if you want to talk about, the level of illiteracy, we have more in the North. Talking about the level of poverty, we have more in the North. Talking about the level of, the lack of development, we have more in the North. If you talk, so you ask yourself, what exactly did they do? Sometimes when I hear them complain, I also really ask myself whether this complaint actually should really come up. And again, we have Tinubu in power just for 2 years now, right? 2 years, just 2 years. And you are really, there's so much complaint coming from the North. Then we have Buhari, who was there for 8 years. So, I mean, sometimes this complaint really is not...
they seem unfounded.
But I really don't like this, ethnicity and all of those things. Just if you want to complain, just complain generally that things are not going well in Nigeria, whether in the North or in the South, in the East or in the West.
Let's not make it an
let's just talk about the things that are going wrong, and then let's point Mr. President to the things that he hasn't been able to do, and not to say that, oh, you are marginalizing the North. Oh, you are that's the way. So let's just talk about issues that Nigerians, wherever they are, whether they're in the North or whether in the South,
or
that
in the
generally,
East.
look, all of us are feeling, the pain of the policies of Mr. President. All of us are feeling the lack of infrastructure. All of us are feeling the lack of good healthcare facilities.
Right.
All of us are feeling all of these things. Everybody, everywhere is feeling it. Let's just talk about Nigeria as Nigeria. That's my point, and not just to talk about Nigeria as North, Nigeria as South. East and West. Let's just talk about the issues that are affecting Nigerians as Nigerians wherever they are.
Right.
So that's what that's the kind of conversation I will expect those that we see as national leaders
to be having, actually. So instead of being divisive, along the ethnic lines, tribal lines, we need to speak for Nigeria, one Nigeria against Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba. But very quickly, I want us to quickly touch on this stories before we close today. The 1 billion donation from the First Lady to the Benue IDPs. What are your thoughts on that?
It's good. It's good that the First Lady
are they going to make use of that 1 billion
but,
naira?
But the First Lady has become a 1 billion naira donor.
Yeah,
everywhere she goes now, she wants to raise 1 billion. Everywhere 1 billion, everywhere 1 billion. I wonder where she's getting this money
really
from.
happening. Like, it's one thing to say it on paper, but are they actually getting those donations?
But I think that the First Lady who is donating the money should also do follow-up. When you announce this donation and you have actually given the money, right? Maybe there should be some follow-up to see that the money you have donated, you understand, actually trickle down to the people who should actually benefit from that donation.
Absolutely.
Because it can be hijacked along the way. So I think that whatever, for the sake of those that are making the donation to, the first lady, and it's not a difficult thing to do. I mean, just identify that the people that can help you to actually track.
Yeah, just create a proper committee.
Of track to see that
hands.
Those who should benefit from this donation
are benefiting, and the money is not going and reaching other people's pockets, because then you have 1 billion donated, quite all right, and then some people and their families are the ones enjoying. The people that are actually the ones that need
that should benefit.
The indigent ones are the ones that are not getting it. But again, there's another story here. Nurses threatening nationwide strike over poor welfare. Apparently today nurses were supposed to go on strike. I don't know if they've begun yet. But now doctors, nurses, it's to me it's impending doom, because if these people they are very crucial, they're very critical, because if doctors and nurses, because I have a personal experience, and that's why whenever I see doctors, nurses threatening strike, I'm worried, because there are lives that will be lost. There are people that will be on the receiving end. And these things are never far from home. We need to speak about them. It's not as far as we think, okay, everything is fine. Anything can happen. Accidents happen daily. Things happen. And then when these guys are not there to take care of this, how many, even private hospitals, how many of them can actually, handle certain health emergencies. So
And how many people
work
actually
needs
can
to be
actually
done.
afford private?
Exactly.
A lot of people go to public hospital
Because the private, some of those private hospitals are even, it's terrible.
Yeah,
so the good ones are very expensive.
Yeah,
the good ones are very expensive. The ones that are just, you know, cheaper, sometimes you're crying, you're like, what's going on here?
Yeah, exactly.
So they need to address this welfare condition. This, for the longest time, all my life, as much as I've been an adult, I've always seen doctors, nurses, doctors, nurses, and ASU. All my life, since I was, since about, at least aware enough, I've always known these things happening. You know, when we were younger, we didn't even know. When we were younger, especially ASU, we didn't understand these things. But, being older, so why are we still seeing it now happening? They need to sort these people out.
They need to sort these people out, Elizabeth. They need to sort these people out, which is the reason why, well, we lost former President Muhammadu Buhari in London Hospital, right? And just this month, and of course, may so rest in peace. So what we are saying here again actually speak to what we've been saying again and again and again. That look, we can make our health facility, the health sector, we can give it the kind of attention that it really deserves, so that we have people. Again, we can't stop talking about this thing. I don't really see any reason why those who are leading us, from the president to the governors to the ministers, and those who are just leading us, especially those who are leading us in the public sector. I'm not talking about the private sector. I really don't see any reason why we have them go abroad for medical treatment, whereas back home the facilities that the common people should also have access to. Those things are not there. If you go there, there's nothing.
If I was in the position of leadership, in one of the authorities, you would see the former president there as something that beckons to immediate attention,
to do the needful in the health
you
sector.
must take immediate. That's what that should have pointed to. That fine, we think that we have privilege, that we can go out of the country and access healthcare, but this says something that even out of the country, things can get bad. So let's focus on looking within and strengthening this sector. That's what they should. But unfortunately, the kind of leaders that we have might not take action in that way. They just look at it like it's one of those things and just know that they still have that privilege of going to the finest hospitals around the world when Nigeria is in a terrible state. And I think it's embarrassing, if I was in their position, to find that the following week or so, I'm in this letter, we also found another leader, in that same hospital. If you remember, in a normal working environment, in a normal setting, that should be embarrassing. That leaders, the national leaders, are finding. How many times do you see these things happening? Out of Nigeria, in the UK, United States, you are hearing that XYZ person is sick and it's still within their country. Not that they have to access healthcare out of their country.
Outside their country.
And I don't know if they don't see this as something that they should, apply some emergency and deal with urgency. It's unfortunate.
I hope they will.
I do hope so as well.
I hope so. Because it's just warning strike. So after this warning strike, they might declare an indefinite strike. The government does not attend to that. But I hope that they will get them sit down and talk and resolve whatever it is. But I think for so far it looks like we keep kicking the can along down the road. I think this thing can be resolved once and for all. And then look into their demands, and then we can meet those demands, so we don't have this.
Right, let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day this morning. Before we go, the cartoon of the day on the Business Day paper this morning will show us something interesting. Is that we see a truck there, and on the truck it says rechargeable items only. Then that's the map. Of course, that's the map of Nigeria. It says investors wanted, and inside in that truck, then you see the driver saying we are here. You know, the map of Nigeria says investors wanted, in the truck says we are here, and then inside the truck says rechargeable items only, and then you are seeing a power grid or something like that somewhere on the side. What that basically is saying is that's Nigeria. That's the map of Nigeria, saying that they want investors. Investors wanted, there's blackout. You can see in the map that the map is black. So there's blackouts in the entire country. And then those guys that are investors, made in China, if you see the truck, says made in China, they said rechargeable items only because of the state of the nation, the blackouts, the state. So what they're bringing into Nigeria are rechargeable items, because everything about the country, there's blackout. That should say something. There's nothing much to say to that, but it's just a terrible.
Yeah, it's a very deep message.
It's not a good look at all.
Elizabeth, it's a very deep message, and which again, we remember the story started with the power sector story that we spoke about earlier on. It is what it is. That's what it is, and that actually paints the picture of the country we are in.
Well painted.
Looking for investors, but again, the country is in darkness. You talk about the fact that even companies that are supposed to are moving out of leaving the national grid and then sourcing alternative power supply.
It speaks to a very deep issue.
We're looking for investors. Will the investors come? So what kind of investors are we
So
expecting to come?
we'll keep having investors, generators,
the investors,
and all of that.
Those who are bringing a rechargeable land.
It's unfortunate.
Kind of investors that will generate the kind of job that we are looking for.
Certainly not. But we have to wrap it up here today on the newspaper review segment. We saw what we have on the Business Day paper this morning and the Vanguard paper, and obviously the cartoon of the day. Thank you very much, Mr. Bassi, for your time this morning.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Yeah.
Up next is Business Morning. Do stay with us.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is a recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to Business Morning here on Business Day Television. I'm Deborah Eze.
And I'm Bethany Momo. Thank you for starting your day with us.
All right, let's move to the first conversation for today. Nigeria's micro pension scheme was introduced as a strategic step towards financial inclusion, particularly for workers in the informal sector, who make up to 80% of the labor force. The goal was simple: offer long-term financial security to artisans, traders, freelancers, and other informal workers who typically retire without structured savings.
However, years into its implementation, the scheme is actually still struggling to gain traction. Rising inflation, low income levels, and of course economic uncertainty are putting pressure on potential contributors, raising concerns about sustainability and the true viability of a micro-pension framework in the current climate.
Now, joining us to explore what's stalling uptake and what can be done to reverse the trend is Dr. Goodluck Norum. He's the head of Department, Business Administration, Director, Center for Data Analytics and Stimulation, Caleb University. Good morning.
Welcome. Good morning, Dr. Goodluck.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. Thank you so much for having me.
All right, let's get started. Why has the micro pension scheme struggled to attract large numbers of informal sector workers since its launch?
When you look at the intention of the micro pension scheme, when it was launched, the idea was to, as much as possible, foster financial inclusion. But looking at how it has fared till now, there are a lot of questions, and the key reasons that I would table for such struggle is: number one, pension fund administrators, as the PFAs, they, as much as possible, deprioritize microcredit accounts due to the fact that there are issues with high operational costs. The contribution amounts are usually small, and perhaps when they look at their drawing board, they find out that this might not yield any profit for them. So as much as possible, they just find a way to deprioritize microcredit accounts. Then another reason that could be causing this is as a result of poor awareness, all right, and lack of proper financial literacy. So most, you could agree with me that most people, especially the people in the informal sector, don't have proper understanding of what the microcredit scheme is all about. So awareness is a problem. They don't understand the benefit, and as much as possible, this has affected the struggle with the microcredit. Now, if I just to buttress that point, you find out that since its launch in 2019, I think, you have about 164,031 informal workers, all right, as at third quarter of 2024, all right, and then you have about 12,300 active contributors. And this is just a small fraction of the target that PENCOM had. I think the target PENCOM had at the point of launch was 30 million Nigerians in the informal sector. But there has been a struggle in that regard. And the reasons I have given are some of the many reasons why that credit scheme has really struggled.
All right, talking about compliance, what are the main economic or structural factors discouraging participation?
Yeah, just like we discussed last week, inflation, even though there is a glimpse of hope, but there are still a lot of issues. So looking at economic or structural factors, inflation is a huge cause, especially looking at how persistent it has been, because this has affected cost of living, all right? Because of that, disposable income of these people in the informal sector have reduced. And so it will be difficult for them to find something out of their disposable income to save, when they are still struggling to meet up with commodity prices in the market. And then when you look at their earnings, people in the informal sector have their earnings to be volatile. So what it means is that sometimes contributors, as much as possible, cannot meet the regular contribution because of the fact that there is a lot of volatility in their earnings. So they are not able to meet up with the weekly or daily deposits as planned. Then, of course, low financial literacy and then mistrust. Nigerians have come to the level where they have seen that in the past, monies meant for some particular reasons were diverted for something else. And so this issue of mistrust is also a huge factor discouraging people from embarking in the microcredit arrangement.
Okay, so do you think that awareness is still a major barrier, or like you just mentioned, do you think it's more about trust and value perception?
All right, trust has its own part, to play in the equation, but awareness is also a problem. When I mean awareness, you will agree with me that there are a lot of villages, there are a lot of towns that are somewhat unreached as far as Nigeria is concerned. Even though some of us that are living in Lagos, we think that Lagos is just, Nigeria is all about Lagos alone and maybe the big cities. But there are a lot of towns, villages, communities that are unreached. And so if these people in those areas do not have awareness of this microcredit scheme, it's going to be a challenge for them to even say, oh, let's even subscribe to this, because they don't even know about it. But for some that know about it, trust is now a problem.
All right, so can you hear us, Dr. Goodluck?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, so what more can PENCOM and pension operators do to actually adapt the scheme to the realities of today's informal economy?
All right, so on that part, there is need to understand one thing. If we are going to achieve any target, we must create processes and systems that would solve or that will meet the target of whatever scheme that we are embarking on. And what do I mean by this? For PENCOM to do more, right, there has to be a license for what I call specialist micro pension operators. And their focus will be largely on informal sector needs. So while the big insurance firms, while the big PFAs are looking at big companies, looking for how to get them, then these specialist operators will focus more on the informal sector, as well as on entrepreneurs or artisans that have lower capital requirements and have leaner cost structure. That's one. There has to be a lot of immersive, deepened grassroots partnership. So this means that NGOs, community groups, cooperative societies, religious bodies, trade unions must be engaged. And why they need to engage all of these bodies I have mentioned is to be able to manage the issue of mistrust. So this will help to build trust amongst the people in the informal sector, and as much as possible will help to improve the efficiency in the collection of these deposits. So these different bodies can now serve as collecting channels, working with these specialist micro pension operators. Then there has to be some sort of simplicity in the onboarding session. So what it means is that these people do not have to struggle to be onboarded on the platform, whatever platform that will be used. They should not struggle to be onboarded. So simple tools like voice-based tools, local language support, especially for people who are used to their local language, only. There has to be some sort of support for them so that they can appreciate the micro pension scheme. Then, of course, there has to be incentivization of participation. And what does that mean? What it means is that if you can PENCOM can decide that, okay, if you are part of this pension arrangement, you're going to be getting a health plan, all right, especially for people of certain age categories. Or they can begin to say, if you are part of the pension scheme, you're going to be getting this benefit. So this benefit has to be spelled out so that people in the informal sector can, as much as possible, enlist in the program.
Right. So do you think that there are policy tweaks or incentives that could help improve uptake? And when I mean policy tweaks, I'm talking about tax break or perhaps flexible contribution models.
All right. Everyone is struggling in Nigeria as we speak. And so people would want to jump on arrangements that are somewhat flexible, arrangements that would not make them regret, or if I had known, I shouldn't have jumped on this at this time. Maybe I should have given some few years before I make up my mind to join this. But in terms of policy tweak, there should be some sort of what I call flexibility, like you mentioned earlier. Flexibility should be expanded. So people, contributors should have the benefit or the joy of having daily, weekly contribution. They should also have the joy to enjoy what I call partial withdrawals. So some people might just be in the scheme and they have an emergency. So there should be room where they can make partial withdrawals based on reasons that are cogent. It could be emergencies. It could be that, as much as possible, maybe the income is not coming as it should, and maybe they may want to pause their contribution for now and then resume at a later time. So if PENCOM looks at all of these possibilities, it can help to encourage participation as much as possible. And then there may be need to also look at tax. All right, these people, as much as possible, if you want them to enlist in the pension arrangements, you might be looking at tax for them. What can you do in terms of maybe a tax holiday, or you want to reduce whatever tax that they have to pay, so that's to encourage them to have something to contribute to the micro credit scheme. The arrangement, the idea at the end of the day is to ensure long-term financial stability for these people, especially when they get this, if all of these tweaks, if all of these arrangements are not in place, it becomes a struggle for them to participate. But if these tweaks come to play as much as possible, then I believe that there's going to be a lot of participation.
All right. So can mobile money or agent banking be better leveraged to scale micro pension adoption across rural and undeserved areas?
Yes, of course. It can work very well. Almost every village you go to, as much as possible, you see one form of POS agent or so in strategic locations. And so there's nothing wrong if government decides to take advantage of that opportunity to say, okay, since you can provide cash to these people at specific times when they come and all of that, then government can seek arrangements with agency bankers, and as much as possible use them to be able to reach these people. If for example, an old woman who goes every day to collect money sent by her children, all right, from a particular money agent person, if she goes there every day to get money or every time to get money, and after some time this money agent decides to introduce this pension scheme to them, because there has been trust in that money agent, for her to be able to get her money at a particular point in time, because the trust is there. So as much as possible, you can find that that woman may want to enlist, may want to consider that, because this is coming from somebody I have been collecting money from for a very long time. So it will work. And this is where the fintechs come to play as much as possible. So government should find a way to partner with the fintechs, agency bankers, as to be able to reach people, especially in the rural areas. And this will help to drive financial inclusion as much as possible.
All right. So, given the slow uptake so far, I mean, awareness to this micro pension people, does the micro pension scheme need a total redesign, or do you think they just need more time and support to grow?
Everything that started, everything good actually needs time to grow. The micro pension scheme is actually very good. even though it's struggling with, participation, especially from the focus or target group. So what happens is this: there is no need to reinvent the wheel. There's no need to redesign. Just look at what is existing. Look at areas where there are lapses, and fix it with the right tools, with the right personnel, and the right ideas. So as much as possible, value has to be injected into the process. So it needs to be given time. But while that time is given, it should not be, oh, let's give it time, it will work, and then nothing is done. No, give it time, it will work. But while waiting for it to work, what are the tweaks? What are the modifications that are being made, all right, into the process, just to make sure that as much as possible, the desired intention is achieved at the end of the day.
So now, what would a successful micro pension ecosystem look like in Nigeria, given the next 5 years?
Well, if all of the suggestions and ideas that have been given this morning are considered, we're looking at, say, having up to 10 to 15 million active informal contributors in 5 years. Yes, 15 million. And this is as against the about 12,000 and thereabout that we have today. And this is going to ensure that there will be a sustained participation, in the sense that after that 5 years, you're going to see an increase, because people love schemes that will help them to save money. Nigerians have problem with saving and spending, but when they have a scheme that can help them save, and the money is safe, all right, then you find out that it is possible that that would happen. And then, of course, with dedicated micro pension operators, like I mentioned, licensed specialist micro pension operators, working with communities and the fintech organizations, we are going to see a large increase as far as enrollment and participation is concerned. Then there should be real-time transparent tracking tools, all right, that can help agents now, or even the informal, because there are a lot of people in the informal sector that are still, literate as much as possible. So as much as possible, there should be dashboards, there should be reminders, then the experience should be gamified, all right, so that engagement can be increased. So if all of these are put in place, and then the trust factor that I mentioned, testimonials can be used, success stories of people who are in the scheme and are benefiting, and then the government can decide to imbibe the idea of having community champions. So in a particular community, you can single out one person who has been participating as the champion of that community, and that can help other people to look up to them and say, oh, if this person can do this, I can as well do it. One day I want to be a champion. And you see people begin to, engage in the. So looking at all of this together, in the next 5 years, like I said earlier, 10 to 15 million active informal sector users is possible.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Goodluck. It was really good to have you on Business Morning this morning.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me.
All right. Before we go on a break, I'm just going to give my take on this micro pension issue. You always look very serious. Okay. For me, micro pension actually sounds very good, but it sounds very good on paper. But we ignore the harsh reality, and that is daily survival. You cannot expect someone earning barely enough to eat. And when we say micro, we're looking at the traders, the artisans, people who actually, they have barely enough to eat. You don't expect them to plan for 30 years. So in my opinion, until the system builds trust, they offer more than just short-term value. And I mean like healthcare, matching contribution, or loan access, it will remain very tough to sell into this economy. So let us call it what it is. Micro pension, great idea, but in a broken system. I stand that Nigeria actually has a broken system, because we know how to dish out things, but we do not know how to implement these things. So no trust, no incentive, and no immediate value to these micro earners. And with that said and done, until this is sorted, it will still become a harsh reality, and a policy that sounds so good, but so good on paper, but not good in reality.
Trust me, I'm sure they're going to make this happen, and so it will work.
Okay, I like how very positive
I believe
you
it.
are.
I believe
it. Well, we'll watch and see. The traders, the artisans, there's going to be a 30-year plan for you from now. And Destiny said, so let's just watch out and see. We'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, the second part of our conversation on Business Morning. Do stay with us.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back to Business Morning. Now, let's move on to our second conversation for today. Banks, insurance companies, and other financial institutions will henceforth report monthly transactions above 25 million naira for individuals and 100 million naira for firms to the tax authorities. Now, this directive was contained in the Nigerian Tax Administration Act, NTAA, Section 29, titled Information to be Delivered by Bankers and Others. The NTAA is among the new tax laws which will come into effect from January 2026. The new laws also include the Nigerian Tax Act 2025. The law stated, without prejudice to Section 142 of this Act, every bank, insurance company, stockbroking firm, or any other financial institution shall prepare with or without demand by the relevant tax authority quarterly returns to the relevant tax authority, specifying the names and addresses of new customers and existing customers. In the case of individual, all transactions where the cumulative transactions in a month amount to 25 million or more.
Now, joining us to have this conversation is Mr. Adegboyega Adebanjo. Is an economist and structured finance advisor. Thank you so much for coming on the show this morning.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here.
All right, now let's look at the primary objective behind this directive for banks to report monthly transactions of 25 million naira and above to the Federal Inland Revenue Service. What do you think is the primary objective behind this?
Well, a critical thing is we've got to understand that this is perhaps the most significant fiscal structural change since Nigeria's independence, I dare say. 4 laws coming out, taking effect at the same time, January 1st, 2026. And I'd actually hoped that those laws would start taking effect from 1st of July. But I think what the federal government has done is to give everyone a chance to prepare, study the law, look at your organization and start preparing for this. Now, an essential part of the tax reforms is because the tax net is not wide enough. There are too many people enjoying benefits that aren't paying tax. And when you think about Nigeria and Nigeria's revenue, we're so dependent on crude oil exports. And whenever there's a problem in the crude oil market, it starts to affect the revenue of the country. I just read an article early this morning that China, one country, India, one country, Africa as a continent, all have about 1.4 billion people. Interestingly, just the same. Now, the economies of those other countries, China and India, far exceed the combined economies of the 55 African countries. Now, bring that down a bit. 1 in 4 Africans is a Nigerian. And that tells you how important the economy of Nigeria is. Once we start to widen the revenue base in Nigeria, especially through tax, we will be able to see significant growth because the government will actually borrow less and therefore have to repay less, and a lot more money can be put into infrastructure development. That's the essential reason for widening the tax.
All right, so now how does this policy align with Nigeria's broader goals, especially on tax compliance, revenue generation, and also financial?
Well, again, taxation falls under fiscal policies. And I should say this, that taxation is not about accounting, it's about law. And that's why we see that the instructions tend to be backed by law. Whether or not the financial institutions wish to do so, they are bound by law to provide the data that has been requested. And it's not about being smart, but I think it's most appropriate to have included that in the acts. So they are duty bound to provide this information, and the tax authorities will then use the information appropriately for their purposes.
All right, so which entities are covered? Are we looking at banks, fintech, and microfinance banks?
Well, essentially, you would also bear in mind that a lot of fintech companies, if they're excluded from this, actually require commercial banks to work through what they do. They all have accounts with commercial banks. So for the tax authorities, the Nigeria Revenue Service, as it will be called from January, when they get these returns, they will then have to decide which of these transactions require some further detailed investigation or audit. So it's not everyone or every report that's going to require some looking into, but once it seems to have a particular pattern, then it might require some investigation. Now, it also allows me to be able to say as a tax person that if you have received an inflow of 25 million, I can then ask, where did that come from? And then you show me a transaction. And obviously you couldn't have transacted with yourself. So that leads me on to another company. And then I can compare and ask myself, was VAT paid? If that company is generating the kind of revenue or the kind of business to pay that, what's the corporate tax the company is paying? So I start to look at and ensure that everyone is paying tax as they should.
So on scope and compliance, still on scope and compliance, what specific types of transactions, say cash deposits or transfers or withdrawals, etc., are banks required to report under this policy?
Well, it wouldn't matter whether it's a withdrawal or whether it's a deposit. The important thing is the threshold of 25 million. Let's bear in mind that there used to be a threshold that was a bit more lower than this. For individuals, it was 5 million naira. And that essentially went under the Nigeria Financial Intelligence Unit and the anti-money laundering laws. And, you had to report 5 million naira deposits or withdrawals. So this is as wide as that. It doesn't matter what once there's that large volume going through the system, it becomes important to ask the appropriate questions as to whether or not it's a legal or an illegal transaction.
Right, now let's take our focus to customers' data privacy. So how do we expect the banks to balance this reporting requirement?
Okay, so that's an interesting question. First is that because it's the law, the banks would have to provide that information to the authorities. And as long as they do that, they're fine, because the law is clear as to when a request is made for such information by authorities, they must be provided. But it doesn't take away the total responsibility. Now, to be able to provide that report means that banks through their systems must generate certain sorts of data. And even if I'm sending reports to you, it also means I have copies of the reports. And those reports are kept in my system. So I must also make sure that my system is immune to being hacked. So cybersecurity issues come up to protect. Let's remember, there's a Data Protection Act, you know, in Nigeria right now. So for the banks and financial institutions, they've got to protect that data as much as they can. And then to the authorities themselves, they need to make sure that that data does not leak. It's to them for their specific statutory purposes. And so it's important that the integrity of that data is kept. So I think customers should be comfortable enough in terms of the confidentiality of it and how the data will be kept.
Okay, so still on the customer trust, right?
Yeah.
What safeguards are in place to ensure that reported customer information is not misused or even leaked?
Wow. Okay. So I let me first of all go to the aspect of misuse, and that's where there's a bit of a problem here. Knowing fully well, and I hate to sound this way, but you know, once you've got information, like anything else that is good, it also has the capacity to be bad. And the important thing is that whoever is the officer within those authorities doesn't have a particular bias and then targets a particular customer. And so I think to any organization, now that you're pretty much aware of what these reports are like, and you can start to set up your businesses before January 2026, you want to make sure that you actually have a compliance department that's up to date. Now, if an issue comes up regarding any of the transactions that have been reported, you need to be able to follow through with the authorities at an institutional level. So if an individual in that institution has been somewhat funny, you know, then you can go to court, as it were. Or if the institution itself has not followed its mandate in terms of the statutory processes, then there's means for redress. And I think that's where the check and balances are. But let's bear in mind that just because we have an act doesn't mean it cannot be amended. And as time goes on, when we start to use it, if there are any failings that are mentioned or observed, there's no doubt that stakeholders will come together, discuss it, and maybe propose amendments as time goes on.
All right, let's take a look at the implication on businesses who earn more than 25 million in transaction. Do you think this is going to have a high impact on them negatively?
Well, I wouldn't say negatively, and I wouldn't say positively too. Okay. But one thing is certain, it's going to increase their compliance costs. Okay. So if I never had a compliance department in the first place, I'm going to need to find someone and give the person a desk and say, look, whenever we have a transaction over 25 million or above the threshold, I need you to put together a file so that if for any reason the authorities come and they want to investigate or audit that transaction, or they ask us any questions, there is a file and we can respond appropriately. So the best advice, and in terms of best practice to any institution, is that do not wait until you're asked questions before you start running around separate departments trying to get the information. So get a compliance desk together. Now that is a cost, and that might be, quite an effect for them.
Yeah. All right, and from the authority perspective,
Yeah.
how will the FIRS process, also analyze and act upon this large volume of transaction data submitted monthly?
So like I said, it's not every single item, in the reports that require or bear further investigation or audit. And let's just say I'm going to get a report. The report is probably going to be digitalized. And therefore, because it's data, I can sort it out in particular ways. So when I look at the large listed companies that typically will do volumes of 75, 100, 150 million, and they've been doing that for the last 10 years, I do not need to go into details. There may be a department within the FIRS or the Nigerian Revenue Service that will look at those companies, and that data is simply sent, make sure they're meeting their tax. But when you then see, and I'm going to use my name, when you then see an Adeboyega Adebajo and Sons Limited or and Brothers Limited, and you find out that this company was incorporated, say, 5 or 6 years ago and hasn't done anything, and suddenly the company starts to do 200, 250 million, that is a flag. And when you sort digital reports, it's easy to bring up such. And the first thing the FIRS will do is to ask the Corporate Affairs Commission, can we get a copy of the returns this company has made since it was started? And if they look through the returns and they see that they don't even have accounts, they're not doing anything. So where is this 250 million comes in? Now that requires an audit and investigation. So there will be a method to sort out companies like that.
Okay, speaking about the method, finally, do you think the FIRS actually have the digital tools or the capacity to actually trace these evasions?
Oh yes, I want to believe. Remember that to get to where we are now, and when I say where we are now, I mean having those acts signed, took about a year. And it involved someone with significant experience in tax advisory from one of the top auditing firms in the world, okay? So what we're trying to do is not rocket science. If the software is not here in Nigeria, it's available elsewhere, and this would have been thought through. You remember when we started talking, I said I had hoped that it would start on the 1st of July, but by pushing it to the 1st of January, it gives enough setup time. I have no doubts that the appropriate software to analyze the data will be available.
All right, before we go, can you just talk a little bit about the legal and ethical backing to all of this? Just, briefly.
Okay. First, in terms of the legal backing, the acts have been signed. They are law. Taxation is law. If you avoid tax, you're okay. And avoiding tax means that if you find loopholes or you do things within the law to pay less tax, it has to be within the law. That's tax avoidance, and that's okay. You must justify it. But if you evade tax, that is taking actions outside the law or the laws. And what you will find is, I'm pretty sure the punishments, the statutory punishments are there. Person will probably end up in jail, as it were. So that's about the legal implications. And for those generating data, it's not just about the tax laws. The Data Protection Act comes in, the banks and other financial institutions decree comes in terms of what they need to do. So that deals with the law. In terms of ethics, you actually spoke to it. We can only hope, keeping fingers crossed, because it's only going to be practiced next year, that we do not see a misuse or an abuse of the data that is provided. And if that occurs, I expect that the stakeholders, because there are significant stakeholders, would ensure that there's a come together where these abuses are discussed and amendments are made to protect.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We're talking to Mr. Adeboyega Adebajo. He is a financial expert.
All right, that's the much we can take on Business Morning today. Up next is Big Story. My name is Deborah Eze.
And I'm Destiny Mama. Keep watching Business Day television. Good morning.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is a recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Welcome to Today in History here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the business world. I am Norma Wona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, July 30th.
On this day in 1863, Henry Ford was born. Ford would found Ford Motor Company 40 years later and would become one of the most famous brands in America. It's important to note that while Henry Ford is known for starting one of America's most famous brands today, he failed several times early on. Ford's first company was the Detroit Automobile Company, which he founded in August 5, 1899. The company would only survive until January 1901, when the company was dissolved. Later, Ford would launch the Henry Ford Motor Company in 1902, but leave a year later after disputes with his business partner. The company would be renamed Cadillac Motor Company, a well-known brand still today. It would not be until June 16, 1903, when Ford will launch the Ford Motor Company that we know today. At its founding, Henry Ford had $28,000 to start Ford Motor Company. Today, his company has a market cap of more than $38 billion. That amounts to a compounded annual growth rate of 13%. And on this day in 1914, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell nearly 7% as fears about World War I escalated. Traders on the New York Stock Exchange were rightfully on edge. Austria had invaded Serbia, Russia was mobilizing troops on its border, and Germany was threatening Russia with war should it advance. Germany would declare war August 1st. Rumors circulated the exchange floor that the New York Stock Exchange would be closed. However, on this day, exchange officials would do their best to kill the rumors. Unfortunately, that would not last because news began to reach America of the rapidly escalating situation in Europe. Traders began to panic. The next morning, on July 31st, the New York Exchange would not open and would remain closed until December.
And that is how far we can take you today in history here on BDTV. I am Norma Obona. Keep watching BDTV.
watching Business Day Television. You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the big story on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. This morning we're looking at what many people are calling a major shift in the way Nigeria measures its economy. Nigeria's GDP has been rebased, and that simply means that the country has updated the way it calculates the size and shape of its economy using more recent data and reflecting new industries. But beyond the headlines and bigger numbers, what does this mean for everyday Nigerians? Is this real progress or just a new way of presenting the same old story? Well, joining us this morning is Dr. Samson Ark, is an economist and the CEO of Ark Economics and Data Limited. Is here to help us break it all down for our viewers today. Dr. Ark, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, it's good to have you. Let's go into the conversation today. We now have a bigger GDP on paper, but in real terms, does this actually tell us what the economy is doing better, or are we just seeing it clearly now?
Of course, it is the latter. We have a clearer picture of our economy, particularly the structure of the economy, the composition when it comes to different sectors of the economy. And we have a clearer picture. And you know, the most important thing for data is that it guides decision making. And when you have the wrong data, you might just be grouping, and your decision is not really anchored in data since the data is false. But with a truer data now, with a better data, with improved data, with a clearer picture, one is better able to make decision that is strongly anchored in correct data. So it's going to benefit Nigerians because you will be better able to make decisions now, being guided with the right stuff instead of assuming something to be right when in actual sense it is not.
And then when we look at the updated figures, are there sectors that now seem more active or more important than before? And why would you say that matters, if there are any sectors as such?
Of course, one of the reasons for the basin is to bring in maybe sectors that were undercounted before now. Maybe their importance was not that big before now, but it's becoming bigger now. For example, the digital economy. We know the importance of digital economy. In 2010, the last reference year, is not the same with 2019. So it has become more important. And when the digital economy when a particular sector of an economy is more important, it means that it should be given probably a bigger seat at the table, and it should be given the importance it deserves. And when you give it importance, it redounds to the benefit of the economy in terms of growth, in terms of job creation, in terms of inclusivity, in terms of sustainability. And also for oil, for example, on the other side, on the flip side, for oil, the base data is showing that oil is not as important as we thought it was. Before the thinking was it was almost 10%, though the numbers normally vary, but normally approaching 10. But with the new data, it's showing that oil is becoming less and less important, and it's showing our economy is more diversified than we have ever thought. So it gives us a clearer picture, and when a particular sector is becoming more important, that means we should pay closer attention to it. And then when a sector is becoming less important, that means it's not going to affect us as much as before. I know for oil, it's not in terms of GDP. It's in terms of revenue generation, and in terms of foreign exchange earnings. So that importance for oil still remains in terms of those two factors or two metrics. In terms of GDP, for long, even at less than 10%, even at 10% is not really as important as we have over the years people have taken it to be.
And speaking of real change here, is this new data, is this really showing real change in the structure of the economy, or mostly a reflection of what has always been happening?
Of course, there are changes. Oil used to be the third biggest, according to the 2010 reference year. After crop and trade, the next used to be oil. Oil is down the priority list now. Real estate has taken over. And even after real estate, you're talking about telecoms as a fourth. So oil is down the priority list. And even in terms of size, if you look at the 2010 reference year, telecoms used to be bigger than it is now. So there are a lot of changes. Even for crop production, that is number one. It's still number one, by the way, but it's not as big as it was. If you look at the 2010 reference year, it was almost 1/5 of our GDP. Now it's slightly less than 1/5. So it's showing changes. The economy keeps evolving. In fact, some countries, some advanced economies do this rebasing almost on a yearly basis. And the ideal, according to the UN Statistical Commission, is 5 years. And maybe the last time we did it, that was in 2014, when we used 2010 as a reference year. There was a 20-year gap. So that was why the economy ballooned almost 100%, 89% to be precise. And for this one now, it's a little bit more recent because the last reference year was 2010, and it's less than 10 years after 2010 to 2019. So that's why the economy did not balloon as big, because the changes that would have taken place within 9 years will not be the same with the changes that would have taken place within 20 years. So of course there are changes. The economy, mind you, subsequently AI at the moment might not have been captured that much, or even be not captured at all, but eventually it's going to become more and more important over time. And with subsequent rebasing, it's going to take up a larger chunk of our each sector's contribution to GDP.
And let's speak of impact now. For someone running a small business or looking for work, what difference could this rebasing make in their day-to-day life?
Well, as a business owner, as an investor, for example, or a business owner, normally you look at how things are before you decide on how to invest. Normally for indirect investment, you set up shop in a particular entity, or even direct investment, it doesn't have to be foreign. So you're being guided by the data. And with the new data, with the clearer picture, it's just like the megapixel has actually improved. Imagine a phone that came out, an iPhone that maybe iPhone 5 that came out a long time ago, and with the most recent iPhone, maybe iPhone 13 or 14, of course, the resolution of the camera will not be the same. So you have a clearer picture now, and you're totally guided on how to go about your investing. And if you know a particular sector is growing, it means that's a sector to invest in, or that's a sector to start a business in. And if you know a sector is shrinking, that's to tell you that sector is in its twilight, is dwindling, is diminishing in importance. So you know how to apportion resources appropriately so as to make the most profit that you want to make as a business owner or as an investor.
And is there any risk here? I mean, is there a risk that the rebasing poses in terms of covering up challenges like poverty, inflation, unemployment, and the likes?
Of course, the rebased statistic, which is bigger than what it used to be, we're talking about in dollar terms, 243 as compared to 188 before the rebased data came out. It shows the economy has grown by 30%, but it's not really an actual growth. It's just that based on the method we were using before, we did the calculation and we arrived at 188. And now with the new method, with the new methodology, we have a clearer picture and it seems to be bigger. But in terms of poverty, in terms of employment, we know the unemployment has not changed because GDP has been rebased we know that Nigerians are not richer because GDP has been rebased. So in terms of poverty and employment, nothing has changed, actually. Nothing has changed.
And from an international perspective, how does this affect the way investors or development partners, how does this affect the way they see Nigeria at the moment?
Of course, with a bigger GDP size, in terms of our debt to GDP is going to reduce. Before the rebased figure, we were talking about something in the region of 50%. Half of our
All right, Dr. Ark, do we still have you?
Our debt was half of the GDP, but with this new rebase, so there's a huge improvement. So it's more sustainable. We have more fiscal space, and we have more capacity to borrow, and our lenders will not be too afraid to lend to us. I know that can be abused too, because we may borrow for the wrong reasons, but we are going to borrow for the right reasons. It means a brighter future for Nigerians with the possibility of reduction in poverty and unemployment. And even in terms of ranking, I know we're still the fourth. Before the base data came out, we were fourth. And after the base data, we're still fourth. But, you know, size also matters. 188 to 143 or 144. There's a change. And that will show that our weight is bigger than what the numbers were showing before now, and that the global, the international, multilateral organizations, and even international investors will look at us and see, all right, this is actually not the lightweight that we used to think. It's a bit, maybe, if not heavyweight, at least bigger than the lightweight economy.
Right, and speaking of a better future for Nigerians, just as you mentioned, are we expecting this to in any way influence government policies in any real way, perhaps in how resources are allocated or which sectors get more attention now?
Of course, with a clearer picture, you should expect reprioritization. Maybe what the government thought was not as big, something like the crude oil and gas, for example. The importance government maybe used to attach to it in terms of contribution to GDP will not be diminished. And then if you look at the blue economy, it's relatively new. It's going to have more importance now with the rebased data. It's going to guide policy making by different tiers of government. And even for multilateral agencies, the way they approach Nigeria now, being guided by this data instead of the previous one, of course, their decisions will not be the same because things have actually changed. And like I mentioned, even in terms of our revenue, tax revenue or revenue generally to GDP, with the bigger GDP size, before we were considered a serious laggard, even compared to our West African peers. We're doing so badly when it comes to revenue to GDP. And when the GDP size is even bigger, it means we have smaller, the revenue to GDP is even smaller. So that would push the government to try.
It looks like there's a little bit of a challenge with the network.
More revenue addition, so that we have enough revenue.
Please carry on.
All right. So with bigger GDP, the base has increased, and if the revenue has largely remained the same, right, it means that we have smaller revenue to GDP ratio, and that will even make the government to try to look for ways to generate more revenue because it shows that we're seriously lagging when it comes to revenue generation. And if more revenue is generated, and by the way, we need more revenue. I know some Nigerians consume, they confuse more revenue with higher tax rates. Plus, the government doesn't have to increase tax rates for them to generate more revenue. Like the base GDP has incorporated parts of the Nigerian economy that was considered informal has been added to the GDP. And the moment it's been added to GDP, it's been formalized bit by bit. And that would be avenue for you to generate revenue from this informal parts of the economy, and also ensure better tax administration and plugging all the loopholes that we might have had or we're still having in generated revenue. So we can be more effective, more efficient in generating revenue, and by that increasing our revenue instead of increasing the tax rate. And I think that will mean that we're seriously lagging and we need to double our efforts. So that might be good, because the more revenue we have, the better the government is able to pay for healthcare, for education, for infrastructure, and many other things that are critically needed in Nigeria.
Right. And when you were speaking, you mentioned the blue economy, and that brings me to my next question. In your point of view, where really is the real opportunity? If you have to point us, as an economist, where are the real opportunities here? What sectors, what groups have the tendency to benefit the most if we act on this data wisely?
Of course, the blue economy is new, like I mentioned earlier. But you look at digitization. A lot of digitization is taking place, and it's going to become more and more important. Even for telecoms, I know it was just recently incorporated in the last the basin that was done in 2014, and it's going to become more and more important, by the way. And even for real estate, Nigeria has serious housing deficit. And that could be a huge opportunity for investors, whether local or foreign, to invest into the real estate sector of the Nigerian economy, because there is a need for housing, particularly for the poor. And other aspects of the economy, such as even the financial aspect, we're talking about fintech in particular, is a sector on the ascendant. So there is a need for more investment into that, because if you look at it, fintech is the future of the financial sector. And if you look at even for Nigerian banks, and that's why they're becoming groups, they're becoming holdings now. And because if they don't do that, if they don't incorporate fintech into their activities, if they don't incorporate digitization into their activity, they will likely go the way of Nokia when smartphones came, or BlackBerry when Android phones and iPhones came. So you have to adapt with new changes. You have to change your behavior, and you have to adapt so that you stay relevant. And for investors, the same way, you don't put your money in a sector that is on its way out, or is becoming is diminishing in size or importance. You look for a sector that is on the ascendant, such as the digital economy, such as the blue economy, and other aspects of the economy that are actually looking up.
A final word of advice before I let you go. If you're to advise us here today to make sure that this isn't just a numbers update, how would you say that the government, all of those involved, make sure that this is not just a numbers update, but something that leads to real improvement in people's life? What would be your advice to us today?
The government can make sure that the base GDP number actually benefits Nigerians, because you have a smaller debt to GDP ratio now. So you have a wiggle room for you to even borrow some more. But the borrowing should be done in such a way that is assigned critical sectors of the economy, like healthcare delivery, like education, talking about human capital now, and also fees.
Looks like we're struggling with the network this morning with Dr. Samson Ark.
Capital.
Okay.
And also in society. And secondly, it also means that to cater for the needs of Nigerians in a way that it will be effectively done to better the lots of Nigerians.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Samson Ark, economist and CEO of Ark Economics and Data Limited. Thank you for your time on The Big Story this morning.
Thank you for having me.
Well, this has been The Big Story on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Up next is Social Listen. Do stay with us.
Welcome to Today in History here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the business world. I am Norma Wona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, July 30th.
On this day in 1863, Henry Ford was born. Ford would found Ford Motor Company 40 years later and would become one of the most famous brands in America. It's important to note that while Henry Ford is known
Business
for
Day
starting
is
one
West
of America's
Africa's
most
leading
famous
provider
brands today,
of business
he
intelligence
failed
and information,
several times
delivering
early on.
premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
On July 22nd, 2025, Lagos launched the Women's Economic Empowerment Policy Roadmap at the Musan Center to boost gender equality. The event brought together women leaders, government officials, private sector, and development partners to drive women's role in the economy. Delivering the keynote address at the event, the governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, described the policy as a necessary step in building an economy where no woman is left behind, and reaffirming his government's commitment to creating equal economic opportunities for women.
We're not just launching a roadmap, we're actually taking an initiative that will reflect on our administration's unwavering commitment and ensuring gender equality and inclusive economic growth. It's not just something that we're verbalizing, it's something that we're putting action into, and we're working it with all of you, great women that have come out, about 38 of you, as leaders, as champions, so that we can all design and walk this path together. For us as a government, we've started from day one. I want to make this government a serious he for she government. And everything that I do reflects it. It's also in my own self-enlightened interest that I do it.
The Honorable Commissioner for Women Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, Bolaji Dada, laid out the state's renewed commitment to advancing inclusive development through clear actionable policies.
Permit me to specially acknowledge the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, our E4She champion. Sir, your unrelenting support for gender-inclusive policies, particularly under the Teams Plus agenda, has paved the way for transformative progress in women's empowerment. Your endorsement of this policy marks another bold stride in your legacy of inclusive governance.
A stirring speech by Her Excellency Chief Mrs. Oluremi Hamzat, wife of the Deputy Governor of Lagos State, echoed with a powerful message on dignity, resilience, and the unwavering commitment of Nigerian women to building a better future.
This roadmap has been painstakingly designed to address the multiple layers of inequality women face, including limited access to financial resources and skills training, as well as systematic gender bias in leadership and employment. What excites me most is about this policy is practical focus. It is not couched in vague ideas. It tackles real, everyday challenges faced by real women.
Dr. Osasuyi Derisu, Executive Director of the Policy Innovation Center, gave an insightful presentation on the development process of the Women's Economic Empowerment, WE policy. She outlined its key objectives, the various phases of the journey, and anticipated impact.
Today is as much a celebration of what has been achieved as is a call to action for what must follow. As we move forward from today, we must recognize that economic empowerment for women is not just a women's issue. It's an economic imperative. Our public policies, budgeting frameworks, capacity building programs, and social safety nets must all continue to reflect this truth.
Following the official launch, distinguished guests were decorated as WE champions, symbolizing their commitment to promoting women's economic inclusion. The WE policy roadmap sets a clear path for more women to thrive in Lagos State. I am Destiny Mama, reporting for Business Day TV.
Hello and welcome back to the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is Social Listening, where we bring you the stories making headlines across social media. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and of course, joining me this morning is
Onyeka Valentine.
Absolutely. Let's get in conversation today. A Nigerian lady, Theresa Emegwara, is about to attempt breaking the Guinness World Record for the longest continuous makeup application by one person. Speaking of makeup, now the challenge, called Glam 4144, will kick off on August 14 and run for 144 hours. That's 6 days of non-stop makeup work. She's aiming to smash the current record of 103 hours set by Ghana's Akosua Mante in 2024. For Tess Glam, this isn't just about makeup. She says it's about proving that passion and endurance can turn even the boldest dreams into reality. We'll see some of the comments and then we'll come back to the studio. But really, I don't know your thoughts on this conversation. Do you think this kind of records actually inspire young Nigerians, or are they pushing people to dangerous extremes?
Well, I mean, truth be told, if you're not, if you haven't been pushed hard, guess what? You will never succeed. They say it is in the midst of toughness or hardship that results come from. In this case, not hardship. In this case, she's trying to test her resilience. And there's sometimes there's an undertone there. You know, really, at the end of the day, there is something going on with, I don't know if I'll call it a cold war within Nigeria and Ghana. I don't understand. But the fact that the last person who had who won who was in the records of Guinness World Records, who have gotten 103 hours, was a Ghanaian, and then Nigerian said, I'm going to break that record. I'm like,
no, it has nothing to do with that. We've been. I thought you would even come from the angle of the fact that, look, it's like we want to tear that book because we've just been trying to break every record possible. I mean, Hilda Bassi broke the record. It wasn't a Ghanaian now. It was somebody in Europe or so. You know, there've been so many. The guy who also did the largest painting, it wasn't a Ghanaian, so it has nothing to do with Ghanaian. But let's see some of the reactions on social media to this conversation. Obviously, there've been tons and tons pouring out. Global Business, German Prince says, I saw this coming. Nigerians love unnecessary competition. No, not even unnecessary. Nigerians love competition a lot. More reactions to this story. Annie Yang says, Hilda inspired a lot of people, which is a good thing. Most of the people laughing in the comments have not tried anything in their life. Failure is also part of it. Dust yourself up, pick up the lessons, come back more prepared and try again. Good job.
I like that one.
Good job for doing. I don't know what that means. Let's see if we have more reactions. Chiemele says, what's the essence of this record? If there's no serious financial gain, I don't see the purpose. We should be looking at improving our technology with support of our government. This is waste of time and resources if there's no big financial gain. Look, not everything is about money. Some things are about what you do with what you have, what you do with opportunities, what you do with platforms, what you do. There have been many people who won Guinness World Records, but you don't have many Hilda Bassets.
So in that context, I believe really that's where PR and proper managing.
Exactly. It's about what you do with the opportunity or what you do with the win.
We've seen people who have won and gotten medals for different contests, you know, and different sporting things or different competitions, as the case may be. But aftermath, what happens after that? What is your marketing strategy? Are we going to see that you use such publicity to change lives? Another thing is to see, I believe that the fact that she's gaining traction based on attention, right? She has gotten the attention of people. That's a good thing first. Now, the next thing will now be, keep your options open. Even if you don't beat the initial record, the fact that you are attempting to do that, anyone who has a strong team will begin to build on that traction, begin to build on that momentum, begin to say, you know what, this is going to draw a lot of attention. So get some big brands who understand what good looks, you know, is. Brands who are already in the business of, you know.
I'm even curious, we should be making one person's face up or should be changing, I think it has to be, because you can't make one person's
I'm sure
up for 144 hours. She has to be changing. Just
we don't know what the criteria is, but I know one thing for sure, that she will have time to rest. Just the way the Bassey had time to rest, that she was cooking and every other thing. And then at some point, my question now is she getting funding? Because that's a lot of makeup that she will have to pay, you know. I'm sure it's going to exhaust one. Did we get solid pallets or what do you call it? Like one, you know, she's probably going to have like a lot of it. And so if it's going to be a marathon to beat that record of 103 hours that already is existing.
You don't start something, you don't try to build a house without the foundation. She's supposed to have had all of these things
which brings me
in place.
My next question. Anyone who is smart will say, let me partner with some key makeup or beauticians who already have.
I'm sure she has that on lock.
Exactly. And then again, in trying to do this means some media houses will be part of it, if not all. So I think it's a good thing. For me, anything at all to gain publicity, to gain, you know, that traction, provided it is positive, go for it.
Absolutely, go for it. And good luck to Teresa. I really wish her the best. It's August is already here. We'll be rooting for her. We hope she's able to get. I mean, I keep using Hilda Bassey as a yardstick. We hope she'll be able to get that team and all of that support that Hilda got. But let's move now to Borno State, where the University of Maiduguri Teaching Hospital has unveiled a new medical ICT institute, and it's been named after President Bola Tinubu. Hospital CMD Ahmed Ahijo described it as the first of its kind in Nigeria, designed to improve how health professionals use technology to treat patients. Health Minister Ali Pate praised the center, saying Tinubu has made health a cardinal point of his agenda and thus the best person to be named after. I don't know how I feel about this, but let's see some of the reactions on social media, really, because, you know, just hearing that he's the best person for it to be named after, and he has done a lot for see I'm even sounding, he has done a lot for this. Desmond says naming a public medical ICT institute after President Tinubu, while healthcare professionals are underpaid and patients die from lack of basic care, shows misplaced priorities. Nigeria needs functional institutions. Absolutely. Let's see some more reactions to this story on social media, because, you know, we have a deep health crisis in Nigeria. We're talking about we saw two of our leaders, our national leaders, having to leave the shores of the country to access healthcare because they can. What about people that cannot? So we have deeper issues than naming hospitals after the president. Dan Ladi, because what's this naming spree we've been on since the start of this year, by the way?
I just in case we don't know, a friend of mine is being a boys' quarter. I'm thinking maybe you should name it after Tinubu.
Because really, we've been on a naming spree. I think we should even name this show. Really. Maybe they be
because, you know,
honestly,
on a real tip, let's get serious. On a real tip, right? The irony is so clear, and then it's just, I don't want to call it double standards. I think it's more or less misplaced priority, like the guy rightly said over there. Look, already our health sector is facing a lot. Are they saying that if they name it after the president, which I'm not saying you shouldn't do that, but if they do that, does it mean that the health sector will get better? Does it mean that that hospital will set a yardstick for other ones to follow? This is the kind of things we want to see, right? Again, if you're going to name something after somebody, be rest assured that it should be the reason for that sector to be better. We don't want a case where you say, okay, you name it after someone and we come back to status quo. That would make no sense.
I don't think they even put all of those things in mind. They just name these places after
to
people.
Draw attention.
Maybe their own way of buying your your loyalty, or buying your.
One of the ways you should immortalize someone, right? Even when the person is no longer on this planet, one of the ways to do that will be to make sure that that thing you want to name someone after, right, must be able to supersede the person's name moving forward. In this case, this person is still alive. This person is still alive and is our sitting president. So my question is, if I was him, I would tell you, don't name it after me. There's some certain people who have given their lives, right, to the cause and the fight for healthcare. Can you imagine if that lady didn't stand, right, when the Soya guy came to Nigeria? Can you imagine what could have happened?
Right.
So my question is that, is a health is in the health sector, right? It's a hospital. Why not look for people who have given their lives, paid the ultimate price, to name it after them?
You know, just like one commenter there said, one commenter had said that, I think his name was Dan Ladi, he had said that, how about we name this thing? He said, don't you have indigenous people to honor in Medjugorje? Even if you're to name it after people from other regions, look for those who have made positive impact. Let's see if we have more reactions to this story. But you see, but like just like Dan Ladi is saying, there are probably people that have done a lot in Medjugorje. And you wonder, because when we see all this naming, yes,
there are a lot of people within the northern area there
that have done a lot,
put their lives on the line to make sure healthcare is premium, healthcare is is affordable. Get them and say, you know what? Don't name it after me, right? I know you're trying to do all this. If I was the president, I would say, don't name it after me. I don't need those eye service. Okay, let's get people who have had their lives changed and who have made
they will beg to differ. They'll say it's not eye service. It's just like that man, the Ali Pate says he's the best person to name it after because of his contributions to the health sector. Well, I mean, I'm not in Medjugorje, so they probably have the best answer. They probably know best, right? You know how they say moms know best. They probably know best. But let's move on now to our last story today, which is still, we talked about the naming the Unimade after the president of Nigeria. Now we're talking about the First Lady as well. First Lady Remi Tinubu has announced a 1 billion naira donation from the Renewed Hope Initiative to families displaced by the violent attack on the Yelewata community in June, which left over 100 people dead. She made the announcement during a condolence visit to Benue State, saying the funds would help victims rebuild their lives and return to earning a living. Online, there are some people who are praising her, there are people questioning her if this will translate to long-term support, but we don't know for sure. But one thing I have to say, like I did say earlier in the show, I'm going to say that 1 billion naira in donation is fantastic. I mean, a round of applause. But I need to be sure that this money is utilized for this 100 people.
So to be honest with you, right, that she could pull a lot amount of money, whether it's from government coffers or her personal money, and do that, it shows that she is quite sensitive towards the plight and needs of people who are directly affected by what happened. And she must be given that round of applause for it. She's a mother too, so I understand where she's coming from. Also, let this also be a reason for us to be more proactive.
There's also conversations about the fact that the First Lady always has 1 billion naira donations.
Nigeria's always.
So where does she get this constant 1 billion naira donations?
I mean, let's be honest. There is funds cut out for CSR and other areas, and I'm very sure that from there those funds be taken, right, to sort out this kind of emergencies. However, like I did say, let us be able to be more proactive to say, instead of waiting until someone dies out of this natural disaster, flood or whatever it is, can we begin to say, get them to upper land, get to move them on time. Next year is going to come also. We don't want to see that the same thing will happen again, and then another 1 billion will now be spent again. It's good that kind of money is available to make those different, to make a change, which is good. We applaud that. But the thing is, we've learned from it, all right? Let's not allow lightning to strike twice at the same spot.
My question is, how do you measure success in events like when you make donations like this? How do you really measure success? Is it, or how do you measure the impact that the families have gained from the donation? Because one thing to say, oh, they donated, but is there a committee? How do you measure success? Because it's one thing to just have the news circulating that 1 billion was donated. How do you track success? But let's see the reactions on social media and come back to this conversation in the studio very quickly, because obviously it's hard to define or to say how you measure success. Gondo says these donations will be meaningless if these IDPs are not properly resettled back in their ancestral home. What is the point of making such donations when it is in your power to secure their homes so that they can return back? Let's see more reactions. Okay.
Stop donating money to displaced people. Instead, use the money to build permanent homes, food items, a kitchen facility, toilets, and water for them to use. Stop wasteful spending, donating money to IDPs, money that won't even get to them. To them, I don't think that's well, again, how would he know?
There's even one more reaction. It says,
Okay, you want to take it?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Desmond says, we appreciate your generous donations. However, please urge your husband to take decisive action to address the worsening insecurity in our country.
Well, that one is a matter of priority, right? It says the easiest way to, that's by Demore, it says the easiest way to embezzle our
money.
Grammatical error. It's fine. To embezzle our money, donate 1 billion naira in front of the press and give them less than 20% for real.
Because she said that's my question, because I'm like, you just hear the 1 billion naira. Wow. 1 million naira is a lot normally. 1 million in itself.
1 billion.
Obviously not for 100 people. But when you hear 1 billion, you're thinking
100 million.
Yes, exactly. So if you say 100 million was donated, that's even a lot. But when you're thinking 1 billion, that's money that should have far-reaching effects to transform these people's lives completely.
Again, just very quickly before we run away, that kind of money leaves trails. It does leave trails. So the question is, if such money is being put into this humanitarian move, we should not hear tomorrow that, wait a minute, half of that money didn't even get to destination. What happened? Was it caught up by traffic or hold up? So I think in trying to track this money will mean whatever they do should be on the open. Maybe she actually had that money and she give that money out. Those who will manage that money are the ones who should have our magnifying glass on to say, wait a minute, if this money doesn't get to so people or it got to them, what did you buy with it? How did you spend this money? Let us have proper accountability. It's not small money. That 1 billion could have helped to sort out some areas surrounding, pension and gratuity for police people who were protesting the other day. So it's not small money, right? However, there's an emergency on our hands. It would be very insensitive of the government not to respond to people who are now homeless. Some of them, become, orphans because of what happened. So it's good to respond to them. We have such money always on ground for emergencies, and we get it. That's why they have those kind of cash sent to NEMA or some other person to respond very quickly when issues like this happens. Good or fine. The question now is, are we going to see the money well used, accountability afterwards, and after everything, give us report, publish it on TV and say, wait a minute, before you guys start dragging us on social media, this was what it was spent for, and create some level of testimonial. Let's have real people, not those who don't pay. So say, I got rice, I got this. Let's have real people. Let's have real change.
This 1 billion, are you mentioning rice? When we're talking about 1 billion, we're talking about businesses. This is not a rice donation thing. What I mean to say, should be houses. I set up a business. Right.
Anyone can come out and say, okay, you know what? I was a beneficiary of some housing scheme because I was relocated. But we don't want to see somebody stand in front of a 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom. Afterwards, they go behind and give the person a shack or give the person some whatever it is, tiny looking nylon, whatever it is, something that's not even worthy of anyone to live in. We want to see that whatever they put out there as a follow-up that the money was used for, right, should be fitting of what the money was given for. That's just it.
Anyway, congratulations to the people in Benue State, and still my empathy goes out to them. But well done to the First Lady of Nigeria, Oluremi Tinubu, for the wonderful contribution, just like Val will do, round
of applause.
Round of applause.
She was quite, I like the fact that she responded.
Yes, and proactive, right?
I mean, let's be honest.
Very proactive.
Do something nice, something that is worth, being praised for. Just give them praise. It's not easy. Not easy like head.
Absolutely. Well, that's how we wrap it up this morning on the social listening segment today. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
I am Onyeka Valentine.
Until tomorrow, just stay with BDTV.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business services of Business Day. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is a recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to Economy and Markets on Business Day TV, BDTV. I'm David Olujimi, your host. And before we get into it, we're going to start with the business news making the rounds. We're starting with IMF retaining Nigeria's GDP growth at 3.4% after rebasing, beg your pardon. International Monetary Fund has retained its projection of a 3.4% expansion in Nigeria's real GDP for 2025, despite a change in methodology by the National Bureau of Statistics. According to the IMF's updated World Economic Outlook report, the forecast remains unchanged from its previous projection made on July 2, which was upgraded from 3% in April 2025. Nigeria's economy expanded to 372.8 trillion in 2024, following a rebasing exercise that included more sectors in the informal economy. Despite this growth, the country retained its status as the fourth largest economy in Africa, failing to reclaim its erstwhile top spot. Global growth is projected at 3% for 2025 and 3.1% in 2026, with the forecast for 2025 being 0.1 percentage points higher than previously forecast. The IMF cited as stronger than expected economic activity, lower U.S. tariff rates, and improved financial conditions, including due to a weaker US dollar and fiscal expansion in some jurisdictions as reasons for the upward revision. Then we'll move on to EcoBank Transnational Incorporated that posted a Q2 2025 pre-tax profit of 352.92 billion naira, up 46% year-on-year. EcoBank Transnational Incorporated has released its unaudited Q2 2025 financial results, posting a pre-tax profit of 352.92 billion naira. This represents a 45.86% year-on-year increase and 32% growth compared to the first quarter of 2025. The bank's profit for the first half of the year reached 620.23 billion, a 39.86% year-on-year growth, accounting for over 60% of its total profit for the 2024 full year. Interest income drove the bank's top-line performance, accounting for over 63% of gross earnings, while non-interest incomes rose over 34% year-on-year. Operating income grew by 37% year-on-year to 949 billion, boosting both bottom-line performance, while its loans and advances to customers grew by almost 10% to 16.861 trillion, and its total average increased by 13.37% to 49 trillion naira. EcoBank's share price stood at 34 naira as of July 28, 2025, representing a 21% year-to-date gain. The bank's strong financial position highlights its dominance in the Pan-African banking space, with investors now focusing on whether its expanding capital base can translate into stronger shareholder returns. Then we move on to Stanbic Bank that hit the 100 naira barrier in midday trading yesterday. The bank became the second Nigerian bank to do so. Stanbic IBTC Holdings PLC surged past the 100 naira threshold during mid-session trading on July 29, 2025, with a month-to-date gain of over 18% on the Nigerian exchange. Trading around 101 naira, the stock is poised to cement its gain by market close, becoming the second banking stock under the NGX banking index to break the 100 naira barrier. Investors' confidence in Stanbic appears driven by the bank's strong fundamentals and the broader 23% rally in the banking sector in July. This momentum is likely fueled by the group's impressive Q1 2025 results, where it reported a pre-tax profit of 116 billion. That's about 86% up, 86% growth year-on-year from Q1 2024. Stanbic's year-to-date gain returns now stands at 74%, with a cumulative trading volume of 180 million shares yesterday. The bank recently concluded a 3-year, 800 million yuan loan facility of about 172 billion from China Development Bank to deepen Africa-China trade ties, adding to its bullish outlook. We move on to Beggar Paint, reporting a 3.1 billion naira that reported a 3.1 billion naira revenue in Q2, even as its profits jumped due to lower cost. Beggar Paints Nigeria PLC reported a strong rebound in its financial performance, reporting a pre-tax profit of 464 million for Q2 2025. This marks a significant turnaround from the 77 million loss recorded in the same period last year. The company's half-year profit has risen by 945.8 million naira, up by about 635% year on year. The revenue growth was the main driver of this turnaround, as its revenue jumped by 22% year on year to 3.1 billion during the quarter. The sales of paint and allied products accounted for the bulk of this revenue at 6 billion naira. The company also recorded a reduction in its cost of sales that declined by 6.26% to 1.7 billion, thus boosting its gross profits to 1.4 billion, a 98% year-on-year increase. As of market close on July 28, Vegas Paint shares were priced at about 31 naira, with a year-to-date performance of 55%. The company's total asset has grown slightly to 7.58 billion, with its retained earnings rising to 3.3 billion from 3.04 billion as of December 2024. They will move on to oil prices that have risen even as the US-EU trade deal has now lifted optimism in the market. On Monday, we saw oil prices rise after the US reached a trade deal with the European Union, and as well may extend a tariff pause with China, reducing concerns about economic activity and fuel demand. Brent crude futures inched up by 0.32% to about $68 per barrel, while the WTI crude rose by 0.34% to $65 per barrel. The US-EU trade deal and possible extension of the US-China tariff pause are supporting global financial markets and oil prices. The deal basically averted a bigger trade war between two allies that account for almost one-third of global trade. Senior US and Chinese negotiators will meet in Stockholm, Sweden to discuss extending the truce on tariffs. However, despite the gains, OPEC Plus supply line has limited the upside. A market monitoring panel will met on Tuesday, but it is highly unlikely that meeting will alter existing plans to raise oil output. After the break, we'll return with rundown from the NGX and all the global markets yesterday. Welcome back to Economy and Markets, and we go straight into the NGX output from yesterday. So Yesterday, we saw the NGX pull off another huge, humongous number with over 2,700 points gained in the market, leading the all-share index to slowly inch towards the 138,000 mark. Yesterday, the all-share index closed at 137,912.87 points, marking a 2.03% gain in the markets. Then we move year to date, we see the market gaining 33.99%. In terms of traded volume, we saw about 940 million shares, 940.8 million shares traded in deals worth about 30.627 billion naira. The market cap now is about 87.2 trillion naira, the highest ever. And in terms of our gainers, we're moving on to our gainers. We saw full bid on Beggar Paints after its exceptional H1 2025 results were released. The stock is now trading at the share price of 34 naira 10 kobo. And we saw H. Haldane McCall, the real estate company, gain 10% with share price trading at 4 naira 73 kobo. We move on to Len Africa, gaining 10% with its share price at 6 naira 93 kobo. Thomas Wyatt gaining 10% with its share price at 3 naira 19 kobo. And also Ella Lakes, after a bearish Monday, we saw it go up on Tuesday 9.99% to hit a share price of 9 naira 80 kobo. Amongst our losers, Northern Nigeria Flour Mill was the top losing stock, and as well as Abbey Mortgage Bank. Northern Nigeria Flour Mill, NNFM, lost 10%, declined by 10% to hit a share price of 93 naira 15 kobo. Abbey Mortgage Bank down 10% to hit a share price of 7 naira 20 kobo. Then Vitafoam down 9.96% to hit a share price of 79 naira 10 kobo. We saw the same thing happen with industrial and medical gases, now down 9.93% yesterday to close at the share price of 37 naira 65 kobo. And international bureaus, after months of a rally, we saw quite a decline in the share price, 7 naira 10 kobo. There's been a cooling off and some profit taking on that stock as it closed at the share price of 15 naira and 5 kobo yesterday. In terms of trading volume and trading value, our most actively traded stocks yesterday: number one, Fidelity Bank, 101.265 million shares in deals worth about 2.3 billion naira. Royal Exchange, 74 million shares in deals worth around 110.8 million naira. Jais Bank, 60.856 million shares in deals worth around 238 million naira. Universal Insurance was also on the list of the top traded stocks yesterday, of the most actively traded stocks yesterday, with 38.281 million shares in deals worth about 28 million naira, 28.8 million naira. Access Holdings, 36.8 million shares in deals worth just over 1 billion naira. Then we'll move on to the US market. We start with the Dow Jones Index. There was a cooling off effect yesterday on the US market. After days and days of rallying, we saw the Dow Jones Index trade down 0.35%. This was about the time of releasing this report. It was about 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Saw Dow Jones Index down 0.35%. We saw S&P Index also down 0.18% to still at the 6,300 mark. Recall that it hit a record 6,000 mark some weeks ago. About 2 weeks ago, it hit a record high on Friday, but now we're seeing it at 6,378 points. Nasdaq Composite also down by slightly by 19 basis points thereabout to hit 21,137 points. And in Asia, we saw a mix as the Nikkei 225 was down by 0.79% to close at 40,674 points. This was on Tuesday. The Kospi index from Korea was up by 66 basis points to closed at 3,230.57 points, and Hang Seng Index was down by 15 basis points to close at 25,524 points. And in Europe, it was all green in the major markets. We saw the FTSE 100 close with a 0.660 percentage point increase, as the FTSE is now firmly in the 9,000 points region. It has firmly settled in the 9,000 points mark. CAC 40 up 0.72% as it hits 7,857, and DAX index also up by 1% to hit 24,217 points. On the currency side, we've not seen much. The currency is the Nigerian naira it's firmly within the corridors of stability. The USD to the NGN 1,530 naira to the USD against the euros 1,773. On Monday it was 1,800. Then against the British pounds it appreciated a little bit, 2,045 naira as against 2,060 naira as seen on Monday. After the break, we're going to be returning with a conversation on the GDP on the debt to GDP ratio after the rebasing has happened. Stay with us.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
All right, welcome back to Economy and Markets on BDTV. David Olujimi. The conversation this morning is about Nigeria's debt to GDP ratio, even after the GDP rebasing. So basically, before the GDP rebasing, Nigeria's debt to GDP ratio was standing in the region of over 70%, heading to the 80% mark. And after the GDP rebasing, we discovered that Nigeria's GDP has inched up to 373 trillion naira. However, still, debt to GDP is about over 50%. The country has a ceiling of 40% that the National Assembly and the judiciary have not been able to enforce. Led to a tweet by the presidential candidate of Labour Party in 2023's election, Peter Obi. He made a tweet, and I'm going to read. It's quite a long tweet, but he made a tweet, and that's going to be the core of our discussion for this morning. And on the show this morning, I have Mr. Aditola Freeman, who is a financial analyst at FBS Brokers. Good morning, Mr. Aditola.
Good morning, David. It's lovely to be here again.
Yes, thank you. So before we go into the conversation, I'm just going to read the tweet. And so he said, on July 22, 2025, the Nigerian Senate approved an additional $21 billion, 2.2 billion euros, 15 billion yuan of external borrowing for the 2025-2026 fiscal cycle. It also approved a 750.98 billion domestic bond issuance and a 65.65 million euros grant. With an already existing public debt of about 449.39 trillion as at the first quarter of 2025, adding the approved loans of about 37.2 trillion brings our current total debt to about 187 trillion, with concerns that our debt might likely be over 200 trillion by the end of 2025. As our GDP before rebasing was 269, or about $180 billion, the government has borrowed the equivalent of nearly 70% of our previous GDP, even after the rebasing, which pushed our GDP to about 372.8 trillion naira, which is now about 243.7 billion. The government would have borrowed about 50.16% of the new GDP with the approved loans, the highest debt to GDP ratio in our history as a nation. While the year-on-year increase is about 27.72 trillion naira and the quarter-on-quarter increase is about 4.72 trillion naira, we are accumulating very exponential levels of unsustainable debt with little or nothing to show for it in critical areas such as education, healthcare, electricity generation, security of lives and properties, and pulling people out of poverty. We still rank low in all our major human development indicators, while education is underfunded and standard in continuous decline. Healthcare remains inaccessible to millions of Nigerians, particularly the poor. Security of lives and property has deteriorated with over 10,217 people killed and 672 villages sacked between May 29, 2023 and May 29, 2025, even when the security spending has significantly increased from 2.98 trillion in 2023 to 4.91 trillion in 2025. Infrastructure decay persists across the country with about 135,000 kilometers over 195,000 kilometers of roads remaining unpaved, largely unmotorable and unusable. It is the same depressing situation in almost all sectors of the economy, with the power sector an unquestionable example. With less than 5,000 megawatts supplied for over 200 million Nigerians. Today, over 2 years after the present government took over and with all the humongous borrowing, we are still confronted with negative reports of worsening poverty, with about 133 million of Nigerians classified as multidimensionally poor, increasing unemployment, and disheartening news like 652 children dead as the malnutrition crisis worsens in northern Nigeria. Medicines Sans Frontières, MSF, also known as Doctors Without Borders, has sounded the alarm over an escalating malnutrition crisis in northern Nigeria, with Katsina State emerging as one of the worst hit areas. This is a country blessed with enormous resources, yet nobody should go to bed hungry. Still, a persistent deficiency in leadership has thrown the majority of our citizens into increasing multidimensional poverty. Borrowing is not inherently bad if it is sustainable and tied to productive investment with measurable outcome. Unfortunately, this current pattern of borrowing without accountability, without transparency, and without transformational impact is simply mortgaging the future of our children. The government should consider the intergenerational consequences of their unsustainable borrowing and show at least the minimum consideration and interest in the future of our young and unborn Nigerians. We must return to a disciplined and prudent economic management culture, cutting the cost of governance, blocking leakages, investing in human capital, and building a productive economy. Nigeria cannot continue to borrow recklessly while poverty deepens and public trust erodes. It is time to stop this fiscal indiscipline. We must build a new Nigeria where leadership is responsible, development is people-centered, and every kobo borrowed or spent delivers a measurable impact to achieve sustainable and inclusive development and growth. Good morning, Mr. Aditola. So we're going to talk about this tweet. This tweet actually sparked some form of conversation. I feel it's a conversational topic. So what's your take on the tweet about Nigeria's debt, your overall take on Nigeria's debt to GDP ratio?
All right, David, let me start today by sharing a parable.
Okay.
And it is that when a jobless man borrows from his neighbors to welcome a visitor, it is either that he hates his wife or has no plans for his children. And the reason is because the visitors will come and go. Now, I'm saying that because the debt to GDP ratio is not necessarily the foundation of our problem. All right. Of course, it's unsustainable. That answer is obvious to even the dead. All right. I'm sure my grandpa is probably rolling in his grave now, imagining how far we've come. But you see, it's not just about the unsustainability. It's also about the fact that there is little or no responsibility on the parts of those who are laden with the responsibility of, overseeing this kind of things. Let me give you an example. Okay. The rebasing, which is a lovely initiative. However, it has led to a lot of, how do I put it now, delusional celebrations, because it made it look like things got better, whereas what simply got better was the fact that the basis for measuring our poverty was changed.
Wow.
So debt to GDP ratio right now over 50%, that is crazy. It's like earning 200K and paying rent of over 120,000 naira. It means that there's little room for budgeting for food, budgeting for transport to the workplace, budgeting for other miscellaneous, which means that such a person has no leisure, or let me say does not have the room to say I am sick. He cannot take sick days, he cannot go on a leave, he cannot take vacations, and that ultimately will lead to either premature death, all right, or ultimately he just probably gets sold into slavery. Okay. So that's my take.
One question I have is we're still accumulating debt. The National Assembly just signed the request of the federal government to borrow an additional $21 billion. That happened last week. Is that a sustainable way of, is that sustainable given Nigeria's present fiscal space? Is Nigeria making enough money to start going into substantial borrowing, to start having substantial obligations like that at a go, $21 billion at a go?
Okay, that's, of course, like I said earlier, some of these things are pretty obvious, all right? It's not sustainable, but the reason why I think that we're underperforming is the fact that, you see, our biggest enemy right now is hope. The average Nigerian, including some of this, I don't want to get into the politics, but including some of this office holders, all right, they are acting based on the hope that, things will get better. There's a bright future, we are going from glory to glory and all of this things that we use to motivate ourselves.
So we are basically, let's say, delusion of hope or grandeur of hope.
Exactly. So I think that, you know, right now our debt servicing is going to be well increased. That's about over 100% compared to where we were 4 years ago. Our debt to GDP ratio, which means our debt servicing rather, is increasing by over 100% from where we were about 4 years ago, which means that now we have reducing allowance to even pay attention to the things that need fixing. All right, like you said, 30% of our roads are the only ones that are paved, which means 70% of our roads are unmotorable. I was unfortunate to travel by road yesterday, and I can tell you for a fact, in fact, my mechanic had to tow my vehicle from the house this morning. Why? Because I traveled. You know, so I am also in the brunt of all of this kind of things, and that's why I don't want to get into the politics, so I don't become an emotional
speaker
guest on the show this morning. But I think that we need to pay serious attention to how these things are going, because it only makes things worse in the future.
You say you don't want to get political, but we are underperforming in every sphere of when it comes to social sectors, health, education, I mean, infrastructure. You just talked about the roads. Let's not even go into education. What's the disconnect? With this debt is increasing, yet all of these things are declining. Why is this disconnect? What do you think is responsible for this disconnect? Now, let's not even talk about the political side of it, but what is your based on an economic and financial perspective, what is responsible for this disconnect?
All right. So I want to give you a typical illustration. Like you said, no politics. I'll just give you an illustration. So imagine you come to my store, you came with a Range Rover. As an average trader that has no moral, no moral alliances or allegiances, I am going to be tempted to say, this product is 50K. If I know that the product is 50K, I'm going to be tempted to tell you it's 150,000. Which means that if you don't have a due diligence system or an idea of the market value of that product, you're going to be tempted to pay this amount, even though naturally it is an inflated amount. I'm saying that because majority of our projects are overpriced. All right. And that creates room for a lot of leakages. Budgets are padded left and right. We also have very poor supervision of these projects, which means that because these projects are not well supervised, it gives room for, a lot of misbehavior. Let me put it in that term, misbehavior. A lot of monies that should be spent on certain projects. For example, debt servicing in 2024 budget was about 8.25 trillion naira. And that amount was a lot higher than what was budgeted for both education and health. So when we spend more on servicing debt than on improving our healthcare system, improving education, it means that we have increasing number of unemployable graduates or even unemployable youths. And that leads to increase in vices, and that leads to, a lot more crisis in the healthcare sector. But when we look at it critically, I think that there are three major things responsible. One is the fact that there's poor supervision. The second one is there is no transparency on the part of the borrowers. Because when these monies are borrowed, they are not tied to realistic projects.
Okay.
It's one thing to say, we're borrowing this $21 billion to pay attention to this and this and this, whether it's power, whether it's renewable energies, but these things are not stated. They just tell us that we are borrowing money. And then the third thing is the fact that there is a whole lot of unspeakable corruption that I will not get into on this show this morning. Thank you.
Okay, so the effectiveness of we have in Nigeria, we have what is called the Debt Management Office, DMO, whose job is to enforce the 40% debt to GDP ceiling. So I would use an example of America. I think that was in June or May. Some few months ago, we saw U.S. government sign the US government signed a new finance law where the debt to GDP ceiling was taken higher a bit. It was taken higher a bit, so it meant that the US government can borrow up to about $3 trillion. Basically, the point I'm trying to make is that unless by reason of law, you cannot borrow up to a certain percentage of GDP in America. I know that they have a very high debt to GDP ratio, but in Nigeria, we have it. It's enshrined in law. But when it comes to enforcing it, it seems like it's just there. It's just a piece of our constitution that is just there. There's something called the Fiscal Responsibility Act. What do you think is, why do you think this is so? Especially given the fact that the DMO is given the responsibility of managing this particular debt ceiling, and yet they have consistently failed at it for the past 2 to 3 years now, especially since 2020. I can't hear you.
Okay, I said for those who are not aware, right,
Yes.
the debt ceiling was set at 40%.
Yes.
And as at the time frame you mentioned over the past 4 or 5 years, we've seen it rise as much as almost 70%.
Yes.
All right. So now comes the rhetorical question. If I buy a Doberman, a Bulldog, or a Pit Bull, but it is chained to the cage, does it still have the power to catch a thief?
No.
So what exactly is the power of the DMO? What are the punitive measures or steps that the DMO can actually take to curtail this increase, this kind of situations? When you do not give power, sufficient power to your auditors, to your auditing systems, to the accountability structure, it simply means that a lot of violations will occur that they will not be empowered to take action about. So that's where we are. There's a Fiscal Responsibility Act, like you mentioned, but there are no clearly stated powers given to the Debt Management Office that are capable of actually preventing what they are supposed to prevent. So it's like having a dog that is chained down. It can bark and do all it can, but it doesn't mean that it can catch the thief. So that's where we are as a nation, actually.
One question I would want to ask before I ask the question about alternative finance is, so one thing that this tweet by Mr. Peter Obi really puts to the spotlight for me is the fact that there is this huge, and the disconnect between borrowing and impact on society is becoming incredible. So I'll give an example in the sense that as a young chap, I'm not very old. As a young chap, I knew when President Obasanjo's government was able to help Nigeria clear about $30 billion of its debt. The country paid about $12 billion. Then through negotiations, $18 billion of the debt. So basically $30 billion of Nigeria's debt. It left us with total debt of about $5 billion. Gave a lot of room for the next governments to borrow. The next government came, particularly the government of Goodluck Jonathan, came and they borrowed, linked to what is known now as the Abuja-Kaduna rail line. They borrowed about $500 million from the Chinese government. Then they did a lot of borrowing when it comes to T-bills, and it got to a point, the Minister of Finance came and was saying that the way Nigeria is being, the way the financing is going now, it's unsustainable and stuff like that. The point is, we've always had a system where there must be some form of connection. Like Nigeria borrowed to build the Third Mainland Bridge. We borrowed to build stuff like the National Theatre. There are so many projects that we can tie. But what is going on where we can't really tie these borrowings to any significant thing? And it has been so, especially from 2016 up till date. Why? What is the consequence of having a society that runs like that, where we can't really tie borrowing? For example, we know that Buhari's government borrowed 23 trillion from about 23.7 trillion from the CBN. But sometimes when you ask, what is this borrowing tied to? So what's the consequence of having that kind of system where you can't really tie borrowings to significant impact on the social life of the people?
All right. David, I am about to say something that might interpret a bit on the political side, but let me say it nonetheless, because I know that it's going to be something that sparks conversation. The problem is that the things that what these borrowings are tied to, they are things that you cannot see yet. And the reason why is that you will not see what these borrowings are tied to until 2027. Okay? So be patient a little bit. 2027, you will understand what these borrowings are tied to. But to answer your question regarding, consequences, well, I think we'll find out in the next 3-4 years. We'll find out. I don't want to be a prophet of doom, but like I said, there is definitely going to be an increase in unemployment. That is certain. All right. Why? Because now when the government is servicing debt with increasing percentage of its GDP, it means then that capacity to pay civil servants is going to be a lot more marginalized. The capacity for a lot more projects that could lead to employment are also going to be, marginalized, like I said. And then, it will just be all man for himself. So you could be walking on the way to work, you could be going on the way to work around Shomolu, and then someone comes up to you and collects your phone. And you cannot complain because you know that on a normal day, this guy used to be a banker. He was once a teller at one of the major banks in Nigeria, but now he's unemployed. So your phone is a source of income, just in essence.
Okay. So now the question I want to ask is alternative financing models. What do you think that the government can do to maybe reduce their reliance on this borrowing? Because it's getting to a point where we probably have complained about the borrowings, but what can they do? What alternative financing models can they take on to reduce their reliance?
I think the major one would be public-private partnerships, because that's in my opinion, that's the most reliable option. All right. Another option would be diaspora bonds, which would be investing in, borrowing against certain country bonds. All right. It could be in US dollars, it could be in euros, but at least you understand what I'm talking about. Then we're also talking about concessional loans, okay, which is not something that I would recommend because we've done that. We have loans from, the World Bank. We have loans from the African Development Bank. So we've tried these particular vehicles, but I think the one that I would recommend the most would be public-private partnerships, majorly.
Okay. Thank you so much for your time, Mr. Aditola Freeman. It's been a pleasure talking to you on economy and markets. Thank you so much.
It's always a pleasure being here. Thank you so much, David, for inviting me.
All right. So the conversation this morning was about debt to GDP, even after rebasing. Where are we headed? What are the consequences? Hopefully, there's going to be we see some respite in whatever the government is trying to achieve. And that's all we can take this morning on Economy and Markets. And I'm your host, David Olujimi.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome to Today in History here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the business world. I am Norma Wona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, July 30th.
On this day in 1863, Henry Ford was born. Ford would found Ford Motor Company 40 years later and would become one of the most famous brands in America. It's important to note that while Henry Ford is known for starting one of America's most famous brands today, he failed several times early on. Ford's first company was the Detroit Automobile Company, which he founded in August 5th, 1899. The company would only survive until January 1901, when the company was dissolved. Later, Ford would launch the Henry Ford Motor Company in 1902, but leave a year later after disputes with his business partner. The company would be renamed Cadillac Motor Company, a well-known brand still today. It would not be until June 16, 1903, when Ford will launch the Ford Motor Company that we know today. At its founding, Henry Ford had $28,000 to start Ford Motor Company. Today, his company has a market cap of more than $38 billion. That amounts to a compounded annual growth rate of 13%. And on this day in 1914, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell nearly 7% as fears about World War I escalated. Traders on the New York Stock Exchange were rightfully on edge. Austria had invaded Serbia, Russia was mobilizing troops on its border, and Germany was threatening Russia with war should it advance. Germany would declare war August 1st. Rumors circulated the exchange floor that the New York Stock Exchange would be closed. However, on this day, exchange officials would do their best to kill the rumors. Unfortunately, that would not last because news began to reach America of the rapidly escalating situation in Europe. Traders began to panic. The next morning, on July 31st, the New York Exchange would not open and will remain closed until December.
And that is how far we can take you today in history here on BDTV. I am Norma Wona. Keep watching BDTV.
On July 22nd, 2025, Lagos launched the Women's Economic Empowerment Policy Roadmap at the Musan Center to boost gender equality. The event brought together women leaders, government officials, private sector, and development partners to drive women's role in the economy. Delivering the keynote address at the event, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, described the policy as a necessary step in building an economy where no woman is left behind, and reaffirming his government's commitment to creating equal economic opportunities for women.
We're not just launching a roadmap, we're actually taking an initiative that will reflect on our administration's unwavering commitment and ensuring gender equality and inclusive economic growth. It's not just something that we're verbalizing, it's something that we're putting action into. And we're working it with all of you, great women that have come out, about 38 of you, as leaders, as champions, so that we can all design and walk this path together. For us as a government, we've started from day one. I want to make this government a serious he-for-she government. And everything that I do reflects it. It's also in my own self-enlightened interest that I do it.
The Honorable Commissioner for Women Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, Bolaji Dada, laid out the state's renewed commitment to advancing inclusive development through clear, actionable policies.
Permit me to specially acknowledge the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, our he-for-she champion. Sir, your unrelenting support for gender-inclusive policies, particularly under the Teams Plus agenda, has paved the way for transformative progress in women's empowerment. Your endorsement of this policy marks another bold stride in your legacy of inclusive governance.
A stirring speech by Her Excellency Chief Mrs. Oluremi Hamzat, wife of the Deputy Governor of Lagos State, echoed with a powerful message on dignity, resilience, and the unwavering commitment of Nigerian women to building a better future.
This roadmap has been painstakingly designed to address the multiple layers of inequality women face including limited access to financial resources and skills training, as well as systematic gender bias in leadership and employment. What excites me most is about this policy is practical focus. It is not couched in vague ideas. It tackles real, everyday challenges faced by real women.
Dr. Osasui Derisu, Executive Director of the Policy Innovation Center, gave an insightful presentation on the development process of the Women's Economic Empowerment WE policy. She outlined its key objectives, the various phases of the journey, and anticipated impact.
Today is as much a celebration of what has been achieved as is a call to action for what must follow. As we move forward from today, we must recognize that economic empowerment for women is not just a women's issue. It's an economic imperative. Our public policies, budgeting frameworks, capacity building programs, and social safety nets must all continue to reflect this truth.
Following the official launch, distinguished guests were decorated as WE champions, symbolizing their commitment to promoting women's economic inclusion. The WE policy roadmap sets a clear path for more women to thrive in Lagos State. I am Destiny Mama, reporting for Business Day TV.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is a recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at noon. I am Norma Obwona. Thank you for having me this afternoon. Let's see what's making headlines. Nurses shun federal government talks, begin warning strike today. Reps probe idle multi-billion barrel inland port, summons blue economy minister. Female lawmakers push bill for 182 reserved seats for women. Massive earthquake off Russia triggers tsunami warnings from US to Japan. Inter Milan submit fresh €45 million offer for Ademola Lookman. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where nurses under the umbrella of the National Association of Nigeria Nurses and Midwives have insisted that their planned 7-day warning strike will begin today, 30th of July 2025. This was revealed despite a meeting between officials of the Ministry of Labor and Employment and the National Association of Nigerian Nurses and Midwives, which ended in a deadlock on Tuesday. The union confirmed that a 7-day warning strike will begin at 12 a.m. on Wednesday, 30th July 2025, following the inability of both sides to reach a consensus on long-standing demands aimed at improving welfare and working conditions for health workers. National chairman of the union, Morakinyo Rowan, revealed that the government had 15 days to respond to their demands but failed to act. NAM added that the absence of key officials, including the Minister of Health and the head of civil service of the Federation, contributed to the failure to secure commitments on issues of pay disparity, staffing shortages, improved hazard allowances, and career progression. Moving on, the House of Representatives Ad Hoc Committee on Rehabilitation and Operationalization of the Barrow Inland Ports have summoned Adeboyega Oyetola, the Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, and Bola Oyebamiji,
Managing Director of the National Inland Waterways Authority, to appear before it over what it termed anomalies surrounding the multi-billion naira inland port project. Saidu Abdullahi, chairman of the ad hoc committee, issued the summons during a heated session on Tuesday, expressing disappointment over what they described as inconsistencies in claims about the port's completion and usability. The lawmakers expressed concerns that the port, which was initiated to ease the pressure on seaports, opening up inland waterway transportation, has remained idle despite gulping billions of naira. According to reports, the committee gave NIWA and the Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy 7 days to submit all relevant documents, including contract papers, project scope, payment history, inspection reports, photographs, and any correspondence indicating the port was officially declared operational. And now to end the local news, the chairman of the House of Representatives Committee on Women Affairs and Social Development, Kafilat Obara, has called on all well-meaning Nigerians to support a bill seeking to create 182 additional legislative seats exclusively for women in Nigeria. Obara, representing Kosofe Federal Constituency, Lagos State, revealed this on Tuesday while briefing newsmen in Abuja. According to her, the poor representation of women is in elective position despite their huge number does not tell well for a country mouthing inclusive governance. The Lagos lawmaker added that the proposed legislation is not merely a legislative effort, but a courageous effort aimed at building a more inclusive democracy. And now onto the foreign scene. A powerful 8.8 magnitude earthquake has triggered a series of tsunami warnings and evacuation orders stretching across Japan, the U.S. West Coast, and parts of the Pacific. After the quake hit near Russia's Kamchatka Peninsula on Wednesday, with reports of waves up to 4 meters high in the remote region. According to reports, the earthquake is one of the strongest ever recorded, struck at a depth of 19.3 kilometers and was centered 80 miles southeast of Petropavlovsky, Kamchatsky, a city along Russia's Avacha Bay. The regional minister for emergency situations revealed that a tsunami with a height of 3 to 4 meters was recorded in parts of Kamchatka, and Sergei Lebedev, with several injured. Kamchatka Governor Vladimir Solodov described the earthquake as a serious and the strongest in decades of tremors, damaging a kindergarten in the area. And now to end the news, Inter Milan has submitted a fresh bid for Ademola Lookman, offering 42 million euros plus 3 million euros to sign the Atalanta forward. According to reports, the new proposal presented on Tuesday is Inter's second formal offer for the 2024 African Player of the Year after their initial 40 million euro bid was rejected earlier this month. The report shows the Atalanta, however, remain firm on their 50 million euro valuation, including bonuses, and no agreement has been reached yet. The Nigerian international is coming off a sensational season in Bergamo, scoring 20 goals and providing 7 assists in 40 appearances across all competitions. And this is where we wrap it up this afternoon on Business Day Television News at noon. I am Norma Obuna. Keep watching BDTV.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape,
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
On July 22nd, 2025, Lagos launched the Women's Economic Empowerment Policy Roadmap at the Musan Center to boost gender equality. The event brought together women leaders, government officials, private sector, and development partners to drive women's role in the economy. Delivering the keynote address at the event, the governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, described the policy as a necessary step in building an economy where no woman is left behind, and reaffirming his government's commitment to creating equal economic opportunities for women.
We're not just launching a roadmap, we're actually taking an initiative that will reflect on our administration's unwavering commitment and ensuring gender equality and inclusive economic growth. It's not just something that we're verbalizing, it's something that we're putting action into. And we're working it with all of you, great women that have come out, about 38 of you, as leaders, as champions, so that we can all design and walk this path together. For us as a government, we've started from day one that I want to make this government a serious he for she government. And everything that I do reflects it. It's also in my own self-enlightened interest that I do it.
The Honorable Commissioner for Women Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, Bolaji Dada, laid out the state's renewed commitment to advancing inclusive development through clear, actionable policies.
Permit me to specially acknowledge the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, our E for She champion. Sir, your unrelenting support for gender inclusive policies, particularly under the Teams Plus agenda, has paved the way for transformative progress in women's empowerment. Your endorsement of this policy marks another bold stride in your legacy of inclusive governance.
A stirring speech by Her Excellency Chief Mrs. Oluremi Hamzat, wife of the Deputy Governor of Lagos State, echoed with a powerful message on dignity, resilience, and the unwavering commitment of Nigerian women to building a better future.
This roadmap has been painstakingly designed to address the multiple layers of inequality women face, including limited access to financial resources and skills training, as well as systematic gender bias in leadership and employment. What excites me most is about this policy is practical focus. It is not couched in vague ideas. It tackles real, everyday challenges faced by real women.
Dr. Osasuyi Derisu, Executive Director of the Policy Innovation Center, gave an insightful presentation on the development process of the Women's Economic Empowerment (WE) policy. She outlined its key objectives, the various phases of the journey, and anticipated impact.
Today is as much a celebration of what has been achieved as is a call to action for what must follow. As we move forward from today, we must recognize that economic empowerment for women is not just a women's issue. It's an economic imperative. Our public policies, budgeting frameworks, capacity building programs, and social safety nets must all continue to reflect this truth.
Following the official launch, distinguished guests were decorated as WE champions, symbolizing their commitment to promoting women's economic inclusion. The WE policy roadmap sets a clear path for more women to thrive in Lagos State. I am Destiny Mama, reporting for Business Day TV. On July
am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is a recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
watching Business Day Television.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Inside Politics. My name is Inyobong Iwok. This week, we'll be discussing the claims by Northern Nigeria that President Bola Tinubu, the private administration, is probably marginalizing the region. Yesterday, we saw the political and civil leadership of Northern Nigeria convene in Kaduna for a landmark assessment of President Bola Tinubu's administration, an event that laid bare deep division within the region over claims of marginalization and performance of the federal government. While some stakeholders lauded Tinubu's developmental strive in the last 2.5 years, an appointment in the north, others voiced strong concern over what they describe as growing neglect, insecurity, and economic exclusion under his watch. The two-day event held at the historic Arewa House and convened by Sir Ahmadu Bello Memorial Foundation brought together a powerful mix of former governors, traditional rulers, ministers, civil society leaders, and technocrats from across the 19 northern states. There has been growing dissent in the north over claims of marginalization of the region in the scheme of things by the present government. The 2023 presidential candidate of the New Nigeria People's Party, Rabiu Kwankwaso, recently renewed the call last week at the constitutional review public hearing held in Kano, where he accused President Tinubu's administration of silencing the northern region. He alleged that national resources were being disproportionately channeled towards developing the South, the present home region. Also, yesterday, we saw the interim national chairman of the African Democratic Congress, the ADC, David Mark, interim national leadership, Ralph Aregbesola, and some other ESCO formally took out of office. They pledged to ensure that the party democracy is maintained at all levels. The new national leadership made the commitment during the party's 9th National Executive NEC meeting that took place in Abuja. In his acceptance speech, Mark acknowledged the hard work, patriotism, sacrifice, and dedication of Ralph Nwosu, who has been the national who head the national working committee of the NWC of the ADC for the past few years. He said the party is built and he said he acknowledged Mark Nwosu now for building the party and relinquishing the leadership, taking the leadership to a new height, and he promised to take the party to another level. So now the big question is President Tinubu actually marginalizing the North? And what are the tasks ahead of David Mark ADC at the 2020 elections not far from here? I've been joined by Olalekan Ige, he's a political analyst, all the way from Rivers State. Olalekan Ige, good afternoon and welcome to the program.
Yeah, good afternoon and thanks for having me.
We saw the meeting yesterday by the northern leaders. Before then, there had been allegations in several weeks now that the president is marginalizing the North. What is your take?
Well, I don't want to agree with the people who are saying that that President Tinubu is marginalizing the North. I don't want to agree with them. I think this is more or less of a political talk rather than of reality. I'm sure you already know that there has been a growing agitation, from the North to also have a presidential candidate ahead of 2027 general election. And I believe that this is part of the orchestration. Maybe this is part of the plan to begin to whip up sentiment. I do not agree that the North is being marginalized. They could have been more specific. If they wanted something tied to specifics, then they should have been able to itemize clearly in what areas the president or the presidency of Tinubu has marginalized the North. They will have tied it to specifics. Is it in terms of employment? Is it in terms of projects? Is it in terms of appointment? Is it in terms of resource allocation? Is it in terms of distribution of the federal budget? They should have been more specific, and that way we'll have been able to argue and been able to identify where exactly the problem is. I don't agree with them.
The Gombe State Governor, who is Mamadou Inuwa, who is the head of the Northern Governors Forum, he called for support for the president. He said the president have done well over the last 2 years, and that infrastructure projects have been cited in different states across the northern region. He said several projects initiated by the Mamadou Buhari administration, the former administration, that so many of them have been completed by this administration. He listed the Abuja Kaduna Kano Expressway. He listed the Kano Katsina Maradi road. He also listed the rehabilitation of the Kaduna refinery among several other projects. And he said the president can do more. If the region can support him for another 4 years, from 2027 to 2031 now. It appears all the ministers, a lot of the ministers who are from the north, the SGF, Akume, a lot of them were out there. And they, yes. and they also listed out some of the appointments made by the president. in this administration from the north.
Yeah,
to buttress
I said,
their defense that the president is not defending, is not actually marginalizing the northern region.
Yes, I agree with them completely. Maybe the only drawback for the federal government in the north would be the issue of insecurity. Yes, I agree with them. If they're arguing the issue of insecurity and that the federal government has not been able to put a lead on what has been growing insecurity in the north, that I agree completely. And I believe and I think that the federal government of Nigeria should do more. We need to spend more on security. We need to ensure that the north is more secure. You can see what has happened in the north central, especially in Benue, in Plateau. You can see what is happening around the north-west axis. I think the northeast has been a little bit insulated in terms of growing insecurity in Nigeria, but especially for north central, Benue, Plateau, the northwest. I think the federal government of Nigeria needs to do more. We need to spend more to ensure that we're able to secure a vast majority, of the north. So outside of insecurity, I don't think that the federal government is marginalizing the north. I disagree completely. On the issue of insecurity, I agree with them. The federal
what you are saying is that the president has not been able to stamp his feet. What the challenge we had in the previous administration was, despite being a general, he could not stamp his feet on aspect of insecurity in the north. He could not. I mean, there are some people that supposed to have lose their job, but he felt he was reluctant in weighing the big stick.
No,
are you saying the president is not doing that also? He seemed to be. Remove those that are not doing their job. We saw the killings recently in Benue and Plateau.
One of the major problems we have in Nigeria is that Nigeria as a federation is not spending enough on security, and that is not debatable. And I'm sure you already know that it is because of this that a lot of states are now agitating for creation of state police. The federal government has not spent sufficiently. In standard terms, Nigeria should be spending nothing less than 20% of our GDP on security. What's Nigeria's GDP? Between 400 billion and 500 billion US dollars. So if you are looking at minimum 10% of Nigeria's GDP, it will be about 40 billion US dollars. Can we spend that on security, or are we spending that on security in Nigeria? We need to spend a lot more. The responsibility to tackle internal security is the Nigeria police. As of today, is the Nigeria police well funded? Recently, retired police officers took to the street to protest about how much they earn after serving Nigeria meritoriously for 35 years. That doesn't speak well of Nigeria. It doesn't speak well of how well we have even treated the police.
Some people may want to disagree with you that we've seen over the last during the Buhari administration, we saw that the defense actually took a large chunk of the budget. In fact, in several years, it was the highest money allocation. Defense had the highest allocation in the budget. Is the issue about
is
the issue about pumping in more money, or about judicious use of this money that?
No, why we can argue about the judicious use of the money? I agree with that completely. My concern is, are we spending enough on Nigeria police? I'm not just talking about defense. I'm talking about police, the agency responsible for internal security. I'm sure you know, but for state governments, Nigeria police may have collapsed. Check how many vehicles, check how many security gadgets state governments have purchased for Nigeria police across the length and breadth, of Nigeria. We need to spend more. What of our database? What do we have in terms of database?
Yes.
In terms of security architecture? In terms of even gathering of intelligence? How much are we spending on it? As of today, do we have a national database of all Nigerians where all our fingerprints can be detected at once? How many functional vehicles do we even have in police offices across the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Not to talk of CCTV. You can take a look around yourself and find out how many police stations in Nigeria have functional CCTV.
So
every police station in Nigeria should have a CCTV
will you agree with those who say that we should rather maybe have state police as a way of resolving the issues that the challenges, insecurity challenge in the north and other part of the country?
Yes, I agree. I agree to state police. Of course, there are a lot of arguments about whether we should have state police. It will be in the hands of the governors and all of that. My only argument has been that no governor will be in office till eternity. If you're a governor for 8 years and you use state police to oppress your enemies, I'm sure your successor will also help you to do the same against you. There'll be an equilibrium at the end of the day. We need state police. We need to be able to respond to certain emergencies. It's not just having state police. Are we going to fund this state police? Are we going to fund it? Will it be well funded?
Some have argued that the problem in the north goes beyond having state police. That you have to tackle the poverty, access to education, and several other challenges. Empowerment of young people there. That without this being done, then some of the challenges that have plagued the north in recent years, you can't run away from them.
Of course, I agree completely.
Now, out of school children, the north is probably one of the highest in the world.
I agree that we shouldn't focus completely on spending money on. I agree, but I'm saying that we need to prioritize it. Even if you want to stretch that further, what of food security? The greatest security you can have on earth is food security. You see,
there was a report some days ago that the north will be suffering from food insecurity for in the next, is it 1 year? Or that report actually says that the northern region, if government don't take action, would suffer from food crisis.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. That you see, that is dependent on insecurity in the north. How do we fight insecurity in the north? Okay, several approaches. One of them, equip the police the more. Another one, ensure that we engage the youth, send them to school. Another one, find work for them, right? We agree, but we also need all of that. Inherent in ensuring that we have security in Nigeria is also the justice system. So we also need to fix the judiciary so that those that are found wanting can get justice quickly. Not that you're in court, you arrest somebody from banditry or for terrorism, and 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, you are still on that matter.
So it's
a whole lot to put together.
You don't agree that the north is being marginalized. We saw the former APC deputy spokesman Nabina. I said, Yakini Nabina, he said it's just a way of inciting the north against the president. That what the northern leaders are saying, just a way of inciting the Tinubu against the people of the north from giving him the backing. He said that the president got 60% of his vote in the north in 2023.
I'm sure I said that earlier, that I don't agree. I don't agree with that assertion that the president is marginalizing the north. I don't agree completely.
So what is the way forward? Obviously, his popularity is waning in the north. And of course, especially with this coalition by Atiku and Co. What do you foresee in 2027? You see him gaining the kind of vote he got in the north. Do you think the President Bola Tinubu will get that kind of support again in 2027 that he got in the north?
Now, if you check 2023 election results, the incumbent president won all the states in the north central, with the exception of Plateau State, won by Peter Obi.
Yeah, even Nasarawa was disputable.
Yes, so let's say out of the 6 states in the north central, the president won 5. Out of the 6 states in the northeast, I think the president won only in 1 state. He won Borno.
Yes.
Out of the 6 states in the northeast. So out of the 6 states in the northeast, the president won only in Borno State. And lost the remaining 5 states to the then presidential candidate. And lost to the presidential candidate of the PDP in 2023. In the northwest, of the 7 states in the northwest, hello?
Yes, I'm with you. Hello? We're hearing you.
Okay, so in the northwest, of the seven states, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, so of the 7 states in the northwest, PDP won in Kaduna. I think PDP won in Katsina. PDP won in either Kebbi or Zamfara. So of the 7 states in the Northwest, I think APC won only in 4 states. So it gives you the configuration of what will come in 2027. Overall, the president had more votes in the North in 2023 than the number of votes he had in the South in 2023.
And
so
you don't see him getting this vote in 2027.
It depends. Now, you can already see the political shift happening in the South. So in 2023, of the 6 states in the South, the president won only in 1 state, which is Rivers. Peter Obi won in 4 states, while PDP won in Akwa Ibom.
Yes.
Okay, so as of today, look at the political movement in the South. Akwa Ibom now has an APC governor.
And Delta State has an APC governor.
Yes, Edo State now has an APC governor. So the only 2 states remaining in the South are Rivers and Bayelsa states, whose governors are still of the PDP. In the Southwest, of the 6 states in the Southwest in 2023, the president won only in 4 states: Ogun, Oyo, Ekiti, and Ondo State. He lost Lagos to Labour Party and lost Osun State to the PDP. Now, when you put all of these configurations together, it gives you an idea of how 2027 is shaping up.
Obviously, has gained and also lose.
Exactly. So, of the 5 states in the Southeast, he didn't win a single state in the Southeast. And I don't see him winning a state in the Southeast if Obi is on the ballot in 2027.
All right, let's move on. Our time is fast spending. The coalition now, the coalition to challenge him in 2027 is actually, yesterday we saw David Mark and Regbe Shola assuming office officially. They were sworn in. What is your view? What is the task ahead for these new leaders in ADC?
The coalition party has a lot of work to do, without any doubt. To successfully unseat an incumbent president does not come easy. A lot of people will say, yes, it happened in 2015 general election, but the configurations in 2013, 2014, 2015 is not what is happening as at today.
Okay.
For the coalition to get sufficient currency, it needs to do a lot more hard work ahead of 2027 general election. Tinubu won't go easily or won't be defeated easily. Let me use the right word. He's an incumbent president. He's an experienced politician, and you can see that he's trying to gain a lot of traction.
And the challenge is that so many the ADC across states in the country, ADC they don't virtually exist in some states. In Lagos State, they are not strong on ground. Across several states in the south, people don't really know the party, or they don't exist in the grassroots.
Yeah, well,
unlike the PDP and APC, where it's a household name, people know them.
We can take a lesson from Peter Obi in 2023. Peter Obi practically didn't have structures in many states. You understand? It wasn't well grounded in so many states. We can take a lesson from Peter Obi in 2023. Without so much of strong structures in many states, Peter Obi won in Lagos. The Labour Party wasn't strong in Lagos, but Peter Obi won Lagos State outrightly.
So, but they talk nice about there seem to be disagreement. Some people say there's no disagreement. I spoke over the weekend. We did a story where they talk about division within the ADC about who is going to emerge as the presidential candidate. Some leaders of the ADC told me that it's a figment of imagination of those saying that there's no crisis in ADC. That what we have agreed is that anybody that emerged the presidential candidate will support such person. Even Rotimi Amechi said it when he launched the APC in Port Harcourt last week. What is your take about you talk about Obi going back to PDP, Obi remaining in ADC? Some of his supporters have said so much in the last few days. Atiku saying that he will not step down for anybody. Some saying Atiku should not be in the ballot. Atiku should just give way and allow support to be.
Peter Obi has stated it clearly that he has no plans of going back to the PDP. So that thought can be perished. And Peter Obi says, look, he remains committed to Labour Party and the ADC. The time to begin to talk about how to share positions will come. Naturally, in every political party, there will be different political tendencies within a political party. But I'm sure if they're able to put their heads together, they can agree who becomes the presidential candidate of the party. It doesn't matter whether somebody tells you today, I'm not going to step down for anybody. That's normal political talk. When the push comes to shove, we've seen politicians change, when reality dawns.
Do you sincerely think Atiku will step down for Peter Obi?
Anything can happen in politics. Anything whatsoever can happen. We've seen politicians who say, I will never be something. They eventually succumb and still go back to what they had said earlier and withdraw it and stick to what they want to do. In politics, never say never.
Who probably will be the biggest threat to Tinubu in 2027? Atiku or Peter Obi? A lot of people have said that Atiku should go and his time has passed. This is time for him to support Peter Obi. What is worrying is that the opposition may not actually agree on a single candidate. Both Peter Obi and Atiku, another politician, they don't agree. To be a minus to them if they decide to go on the solo, just like it in 2023, to be a big loss.
Yeah, the truth is that if the opposition is to stand a chance in 2027, the logical thing is for them to present a common presidential candidate. If assuming that Atiku becomes the presidential candidate of ADC today, and Obi becomes the presidential candidate of Labour Party, they are practically handing over the re-election to President Bola Tinubu, because we are going back to 2023. It will make sense if the opposition will come together and be able to give the presidency a run for its money.
Rounding up now, the constitutional amendment process is on by National Assembly. Quickly, what is your take? We saw the agitation for state creation, and so many people are calling for so many things. The women are seeking for special seat in the parliament. They want 182 additional legislative seats in the National Assembly. Each state one, each for the National Assembly, then 3 for the State House of Assembly for women. And the diaspora voting, independent candidacy. So many people have actually doubted if this process of constitutional amendments will actually succeed. We've seen that in the previous exercises were carried out in the 8th National Assembly, it didn't succeed. Do you think this exercise itself will succeed? Public hearing we are held.
Well, let's see. It can succeed. The issue of having special seats for women, I don't support it. I don't support it not because I'm against women. I think we are now making it something out of pity for women. No. What we should be more concerned about is to reform the way and manner political parties conduct their primaries. If we have credible primaries conducted by political parties, I'm sure a lot more women can even win political seats rather than just reserving 1 or 3 for them. So you have a state that has maybe 40 members. For example, in Lagos, there are 40 members of House of Assembly.
Yes.
And you want to reserve only 3 for women. How? Who does that? We should rather be more concerned. To me, part of the constitutional amendment should be that political parties must mandatorily use electronic voting to select their candidates during primaries. And you see whether we'll not have a changed political atmosphere.
What is your call for state creation? What is your view on call for state creation?
Excuse me, please.
About 47 groups have submitted a proposal to the National Assembly for state creation.
How will states be funded? I'm completely opposed to state creation, but the only state creation I think we should all support will be that the Southeast should have 1 more state to bring them at par with the rest of Nigeria. The Southeast definitely should have 1 more state.
Thank you very much, Olalekan Ige, political analyst, joining us all the way from Port Harcourt, the River State capital. Thanks for being on the program for today.
Thank you so much.
All right. Your views are always welcome on the program. All right. You can watch previous edition of Inside Politics on YouTube just through your phone or your system. You can go to YouTube and type inside politics and watch what we have done in the past. And also you can follow me on Twitter at Inyobongiwok too. That's the program for this week. Join me next week for same program. Stay tuned to BDTV. Good afternoon.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome to BDTV Roundtable, where we discuss the issue of national interest as they affect you and me. And of course, today we'll be discussing the Super Falcons, and they've done the nation so proud. They're bringing back the WAFCON Cup for the 10th time. Was such a very, very exciting moment for Nigerians on Saturday when the Super Falcons did it, when they beat the host Morocco to get the cup for the 10th time. Today I have with me Mr. Anthony, who is our sports editor here in Business Day. And of course, I also have the deputy editor of Business Day, Mr. Odinaka Rudu.
Thank you so much.
Gentlemen, you are welcome.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, together with me, we'll be discussing the issue, but the focus really here, apart from the fact that these ladies have done us so proud, and we're happy and quite excited to discuss this. There's also this argument about the prize money and, of course, the rewards and all those things that the president has given to them. People are out there actually making argument as to whether the $100,000 given to each of these player is not too much, or they're making argument whether it's too much or much and all of that. So today we'll be discussing this, and then so many other issues are around what happened in Abuja when the president hosted the Super Falcons. I should start with you, Tony. Well, truly, it was such an exciting moment for us on Saturday when our ladies did us so proud, bringing this cup for the 10th time. Maybe I should ask you, Tony, how is this recent win different from all other editions of the WAFCON Cup?
Wow, interestingly, thank you so much. First, I remember we did a report before that time. Two things at stake. Mission X winning the 10th AFCON. Secondly, again, because they are playing Morocco in the final, it's like a revenge for what Morocco did to them in the last edition. They lost to Morocco on penalties. So the girls were like, wow, en route to the final, we're playing Morocco. For us, it's a revenge mission, and it's also Mission X. Mission X in the sense that we want to win the 10th AFCON, record extending 10th AFCON. So for me, that's the mission.
Okay, so that's what makes it different from.
And again, if you look at the way they started, female football in Africa has grown. I remember the first two. Nigeria won like the first 3-4 editions. It was like 4-0, 5-0. It was, but over the years, the likes of South Africa, Ghana, Zambia, they started becoming a. If you check our first game, we played Tunisia, fine. We struggled against Botswana. And after that Botswana game, a lot of Nigerians will say, these girls, they should just come over. These girls are not good. And I remember I told them in the news, when I said, come, female football in Africa is growing. It's not like a walkover before. It's not a walkover anymore. And against Algeria, they played goalless. But the break point came in when they played. In fact, many of us were scared against Zambia that is their final post-up. But, football is something you can't predict. 5-0.
Yeah.
And if you watch before that, they are the only team, before they played their final against Morocco, they never considered any goal in the open play. The only goal they considered against South Africa in the semi-final was through penalty.
Yeah.
So they have a very decent record. We have the finest goalkeeper, Chamaka Nandioze, who has won the CAF award back to back. Our defense sweet, our midfield solid, front line, and I like what the coach did. When Nigerians are saying, come, the likes of all these ones, veterans, they've done their best, give younger lads the opportunity. And it paid off. It was a dramatic run to the final. And in fact, the final was even a bigger drama. Because I watched the match 2-0, like many Nigerians, is playing against the host nation, 2-0 first half. And we played badly in the first half, truth be told. And the Moroccans were already jubilating, just waiting for the final whistle for them to be handed the trophy. But the second half, the dynamics of the game changed. 2-1, 2-2, 2-3. And I must salute the officiating. Top notch. Because the VAR was top notch. The penalty they gave to Nigeria, even me watching it, I didn't see it. The ref didn't see it. The attention of the ref was caught, and he saw it and he gave it to Nigeria. And the one that, the Moroccan had the penalty that would have made it 3-2. The ref already blown that it's a penalty. But the VAR called the attention, not looking at maybe in the whole nation, you must win at all costs. For me, I feel African football is growing. This AFCON is like an eye-opener that if we do the right thing, our football is growing. Officiating, top-notch.
Interesting.
Yes.
I hope we can keep it going that way, officiating, interesting.
If CAF will do their job well.
Issue of officiating.
For me, that final, I took my time, I analyzed it. It was, nobody would say the referee was, and you can see the boldness, the ref taking her decision.
Yeah.
The boldness that I don't care whether it's, all these North African countries, like those ones, if you do anyhow, they can attack you and all of that. But the ref was bold.
Okay, thanks, Tony. Odinaka, let me come to you. What stood out for you in this tournament?
What stood out for me was the resilience of Nigerian female players.
Yeah.
I love the fact that, if you watch that final, you can never but appreciate the contributions of these women. Because imagine if, usually men believe that they are very courageous. They are always the ones that are always coming back from defeat. But this time, our women have proved to us that they also are capable of coming back on backs. If you look at 2-0 down and then 2-1, 2-3, 3-2. And if you look at the run to the final, like you pointed out, you will discover that they went into this tournament full of courage, vigor, and zeal, full of courage, vigor, and zeal. So that's what stood out from me. The enterprising nature of Nigerians was crystal clear that tournament.
Okay, thanks, Odinaka. Tony, notwithstanding the fact that we've done very well in this, tournament we just concluded, WAFCON. I've seen people, in fact, some people have seen a tweet where people are saying that notwithstanding our good performance, that there's still something not too good with the team, that if we go to the female World Cup, that we might not be able to do so well. What do you think?
There's no perfect team. Even the team that won every tournament is still progress. We keep improving. But that will not take away the success that these girls have brought to us. Yeah, the coach might not be the best coach we had, but I think what he did was to give the younger ones the opportunity. And like I said in one of my show, One Drum, the former Falcons coach, is that he laid that foundation. And this coach was the assistant. So what is it like to build on that success? One or two, it might not be the best. The Moroccan, they had a foreign coach, a Spanish coach, technically sound. But again, the team, the coach might not. But again, when it comes to going to the World Cup, God, when you say, even our own male Super Eagles, have they won the World Cup? Have they won the World Cup? So let's not bring that. For me, let the male team that is more robust, see. Truth of the matter that the whites own this football. Thank you. These ladies are out of 13 edition. They've won 10. If you are to rate that in a class, in an exam, 10 over 13, that's an A. Yeah. That's an A. And they've done it remarkably. So when you are saying, people are saying, these ladies, they can't, let them talk to Super Eagles. In fact, our own Super Eagles, as it stands, the World Cup qualification will resume. We'll start our own permutation. We'll start our own permutation. Do you know that these ladies never gave us that high tension, high pressure that Super Eagles always give us? If you're watching a Super Eagles match, they lost 2-0, you just go and sleep. But maybe that was what led to that error that happened from one of the media houses. Super Eagles, there's only familiar with. This team will lose. We are permutated, but with these girls, we never permutated. The fear was that they go far. But Super Eagles like, hey, this one win, that one win. No, for me, let's not bring the debate about whether they will do World Cup. Let's celebrate these girls now.
But no, I need to ask you. Maybe I didn't ask you. Are there things that you are seeing in the team that we need to in the team that we think that we can improve on?
Yes, of course.
Present ourselves.
Of course. There are a lot of things. There is room for new players. There is room for new legs. And also the likes of Aisat Shuala, he has done our best, no doubt. Let's begin to give other players opportunity. We have a lot of them. Nigeria is a nation that is gifted with bundle of talent. It's just for the coach to have the right eyes to spot them. At least Chiamaka is very good. If we have another goalkeeper like Chiamaka, that's fantastic. Because what if she got injured? That would have been a very big problem for us. Would have been exposed. Seriously. So there's room for improvement, especially in the defense and in the midfield. Yeah. Also in the attack, there's room. In fact, the next WAFCON is very close. Because you can't tell some of these players that have this fine form. Majority of them, some of them might not have that fine form in the next AFCON. Edition. Yes, it's certain. Maybe perhaps injury, loss of form, fatigue, and so that gives the coach the room to always. If there's always room for improvement.
That's fine. Are there areas you think that we can improve upon?
Yes. Most of the players are foreign-based players. Okay. So I think that there's a need for us to begin to look inwardly You know, we are not taking anything away from those who came from US and different countries of the world. They are Nigerians. But I'm saying that there's a need for us to, going forward, to also see if we can develop our local leagues for female leagues. We don't have too many. I don't know whether we have an organized local female league in Nigeria. I'm not sure. So, but there's a need for us to build local talents. So why also harnessing potential from those who have, from different parts of the country.
Tony, what's wrong with that? Do we have any female local league?
Yes, we do.
Where we can source.
We do. Most of this, Oshoala came from the female league. Deborah Abiodun came from there. A lot aside from the Plumpet, Michel Anozie, and if you check all these ones too, the environment there, the facility to train in too, give them that exposure to train and to do better. But aside Oshoala came from a league. Ajibade too came from a league. It might maybe not well financed, perhaps, that there's room for improvement. But some of these players that have done well, some of them came from the league, local league here. Yeah. Yes, some of them came from the local league here. And again, the beauty about the local league is that, yes, this, that resilience. Those abroad are body. The resilience, that doggedness, that sometimes you have to play football without meal. Yeah. It makes you rugged and dogged. So there is room for improvement to improve on our local leagues, so we can harness a lot of players within the system. Yeah. And also while looking
that
at
can
also
continually replace the other ones.
And I'm happy what Nigerians are doing. Before, people are saying that, no, why are you giving opportunity to players of Nigerian descent? No, they're Nigerians. And you can see their contribution to the team. You can see it's very clear.
All right.
So they're Nigerians.
That's fine. Okay, so let now turn our focus to the another big issue that is the talking point now, as far as the country is concerned right now. Odinaka, the president, when he received the victorious Super Falcon, promised $100,000 to each of the players. Then a 3-bedroom flat, in the renewed Hope Estate in Abuja, and of course, in addition to a national honor. I mean, people are saying, look, for God's sake, this is good, but there are people who have argued that a $100,000 for each of the players, like over spoiling them, so to say, and that look, in some countries, the national honor itself is a big deal. And so you've given them a national honor, you give them a 3-bedroom flat each, or you promise them a 2-bedroom flat each, and of course there's still this $100,000. I mean that the way our leaders, spend public fund, is as if it's your personal thing. I mean, what is your view on this, Odina?
The very funny issue, because anywhere you go, people will say you don't care so much about those female players. But the truth of the matter is that it was just a political gathering, in my opinion. And I will tell you why. The first of all is that we won $1 million tournament. And the president gave $100,000 to 53 players, which is $2.3 million. And then gave $50,000 to officials each. And the governors also gave them $50 million. Yeah. So now do the maths. So the money we won is the money you are giving the players is even times 2 or 3 higher than the prize money. So it means that the president did not do his maths. Don't get it twisted. Those female players deserve to be rewarded for their efforts. You understand? But I think the president did not do his maths well. So if you look at that again, I was watching. I followed Brazil, so Argentina 2022 when they won the last World Cup.
Yeah.
So the only thing they did was that they were giving a reception. The crowd gathered, they were hailing them, and they commended them. They did not give them money. the government of Argentina. You can go and do your research. Nobody gave them houses. And if you look at the poverty situation in Nigeria, Brazil is nosediving economically. So we find that so like Nigeria, there's so much difference between Argentina, because both of them are emerging nations, and currently they are receding economically. So I think that why those few players deserve to be rewarded, I think that the president got it very, very wrong. You need to do, the prize money should not be lower than, you shouldn't give more than the prize money when you are rewarding them. Then the second one is that let's also understand that we are trying to manage resources. I don't want this to drift into economics, but the truth of the matter is that the president's gesture has made it almost inevitable for us to talk economics here. Because if you look at the Nigerian economy at the moment, you see that what we expected was that the president would have seen that as an opportunity to get effects that we so much lack. So what we needed was to manage the effects. Do you understand? We didn't need to give it out, especially to some of the players that would take it away to other countries. So even though, yes, it was in Naira, but at the end of the day, the female players who live abroad cannot spend Naira. Of course. They need to exchange it to dollars and all that. So still going to put pressure on the FX market to some extent. So what you need to do is to ensure that the prize money is not higher. Number two is that you are giving these things. Remember that there are several other people who are representing Nigeria in different capacities.
Yes.
In other
areas.
Literature, and all that. So have you also rewarded them? Or is it just peculiar to football? We also have other types of sports. You understand? So all you needed to do was to be measurable as a leader. That money does not belong to you.
Yes.
It's public funds. It's called public funds for a reason. So finally, I also have to point out that Nigeria is a country where the poverty rate, that's why you see people shouting. Poverty rate is between 40-45%. If a rural poverty is 70-80%, and it's getting worse. You don't need to begin to throw these things at people just because you want to gain popularity. That's my opinion.
Johnny, let's hear you. What's your opinion?
First, they just concluded Women's Euro that was just concluded that England won. The prize money is 41 million euro. Why CAF? Our own CAF is $1 million. So when you look at that disparity, it's just that football in Africa is not well funded or is not well appreciated. See, for me, anybody that brings honor to this country, it could be you, it could be anybody. I remember when we were playing that final, I was away till past 1, and I was having a chat with somebody. I said, I know these ladies, and if you check over the years, they've won several AFCON. These ladies have never been appreciated like this. And I told them, I said, because I'm not speaking for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, I'm not a partisan person. I said, because of his nature, even before he became president, he has this philanthropic spirit. He gives. And I said, this president will handsomely...
with his money.
Did you know him before he
before he became Tinubu, is always like that. Now, you can do...
No, I'm saying with his money.
Before he became president now, is it my money?
With his money.
Yes, with his money.
This is public funds.
The truth of the matter is that if you are not used to giving, even if one will have past leaders, they didn't splash. I remember during President what's his name? Olusegun Obasanjo, you say national handshake. My brother, I play little football. Most of this, we have some of our players that have gotten lifetime injury playing for the national, for the country.
Only Nigerians. Brazilians didn't get
What is Brazil? Wait.
Other players.
Nigeria, there are a lot of excesses in government, in politics. People waste money for no just reason. These girls came in.
Okay, so they should also waste it for.
They are not wasting it. No, see, your interpretation.
I'm just trying.
No, they are not. See, let me tell you.
Waste money in
government also. B is saying that there is poverty level.
So it should be wasted everywhere.
No,
right,
no.
Right,
if these girls didn't do anything, just okay, you are dashing them. You can say, okay, just like you go to a show, you gave 10 million, you gave 20, people say, why now this is what I'm giving to me. These ladies brought honor. If like what you said earlier, they were rugged, they were dogged. even the president was awake. It shows the kind of passion he has. Not only for these guys brought honor. For the, you might call it a political jamboree, honoring them, but for me, whatever thing you give these girls, and if you are giving them in dollar equivalent, I would have said that's the problem. And he said in naira, my dear, there's something you do even in this your career. One thing can be the break point that will change your life forever.
You know how much is
this gesture he did.
You
mentioned earlier that
just spent over 3 billion.
You mentioned earlier,
nearly 4 billion.
Sir, he spent it on Nigerians. He didn't spend it on foreigners. And these girls, but you mentioned earlier that will these girls win the World Cup, female World Cup? And I said to you, as the Super Eagles even qualified or win the World Cup before, this gesture will change their life forever. And there's some things, even this our journalism career, some of us will win one award that will change our life, that will erase poverty from our life forever.
Okay, thank you. Tony.
So for me, bringing honor.
No, because we need to manage time. I came across an argument by an individual who says, look, what's going to happen to, because we're having soldiers who are fighting Boko Haram and all of that. Some of them have lost their limbs and are in the hospital. That such rewards have not gone to them. Last week, the police pensioners they went to the police headquarters to protest against the fact that after 35 years in service, their pension, what they get, what's supposed to be like their gratuity. That some who have completed that's 2,700,000 after 35 years. Why does it look as if this thing is some sector is favored, some are not favored?
I simply tell you that it was just a political jamboree, as far as I'm concerned. Because if you look at public funds, sometimes when we say these things is because we don't understand the concept of public funds. You dare not spend public funds in a place like the UK without the approval of the National Assembly. Do you understand? Of such magnitude. In fact, there are some governance codes now surrounding how MDAs spend public funds. There are some funds that you cannot sign, that ministers even cannot sign, except they get the approval of the president and all that. So what I'm saying is that we just spent probably about 4 billion. It's well over 3 billion on players and coaches. 4 billion naira. So if you look at, for example, how much Gencos are owed, generation companies, it's about 4 billion. Okay, 4 trillion. Okay. In essence, what I'm trying to say is that if you look at 4 billion, how much 4 billion can do in Nigeria, you begin to discover that the police officers who protested last week for getting 1 million, 2 million. Remember, I'm not talking about football now. I'm talking about the money, the resources that are not properly deployed in Nigeria. So when you give such money, remember, my position all the time is that those girls deserve to be rewarded. But when you are throwing it before,
how much do you think the president should
simply, once the federal government gives them that 3-bedroom flat, it's enough. And then national honors. That $100,000 is a lot of money. A lot of money that can change the lives of. Do you remember that the minimum wage in Nigeria is 70,000? And many Nigerians are earning even below 70,000. Let's not assume this thing because we are not there. People who are there will tell you. I have traveled around Nigeria. In some places, when you go to, even in oil producing states in Nigeria, you see the level of poverty there and you weep.
I need to come in here. When you talk about poverty, it didn't start now. It's been there for years. I can remember former Super Eagles coach, foreign coach, they earn nothing less than $50,000 to $70,000 every month. What value are they giving? And what value have they given us?
Does it make it right?
It's wrong. That's what I'm saying.
So why
you now have somebody or a particular people who went to. For me, I see the Falcons as somebody who went to battlefield.
Tony, I think we should. There's a difference. You're coming in to sign for a job. There's a contract. Sign a job. I mean, it's not as if someone is just.
But this is a reward.
No, it's a reward.
No,
so it's different.
See, if somebody is coming in,
hold on.
so who signed that contract? That's a crazy contract.
You come in as a coach.
Yes.
You sign a contract.
That is wrong.
And the country has agreed to that contract.
Which country?
Pay you. I mean,
my country.
No, your country. this is what you're going to do. No, it's a job.
It's
right?
a job.
It's a job.
No, what I'm trying to point out, he's saying that because of poverty level, that those kind of expenses. For me, see, what I'm trying to say is that if you try to look at this, we're trying to like bring politics into this. And what about football?
Actually because it has
and
become
what about
political.
sports? You see, for sport to thrive, sports should take politics away, take ethnicity away, take all manners of things away.
That reward has nothing to do with
sports. And if you check that team,
it has nothing to do with sports.
If not a team of say, number one, these girls are Nigerians. They have family, they have homes. Don't be surprised that money, whatever thing they got, will water down to a lot of people in their family. It will alleviate poverty. It will change their life. It's not like when you were rewarded with $100,000. No, they have.
Do you also reward best candidates for WAEC? Because WAEC is West Africa. You reward them.
No, they should reward them. If anybody that brings.
But why they are not rewarded?
No, if there anybody that brings honor, my own is you are not there to anybody that brings honor to this country should be whatever reward.
That's
my own
national honor.
That's why we have national
honor. National honor is just like I remember those days in church. They will tell you before you preach to somebody that Jesus loves you.
These things are not done.
Sir, before you preach to somebody that Jesus loves you, like those days, those Agbero in Oshun, first of all, you give them food to eat. When you have national honor and you are poor, a lot of our ex-internationals are very poor. A lot of our athletes are very poor. Many of them are being old. This is the first time you are seeing a government that is saying, girls, well done. Take this. Do you know many of our athletes that are poor?
All right.
Come on, man. These guys have brought honor to us. They brought honor to us.
Yeah,
this will change their life forever.
Which honor?
Thank you.
Which honor?
Even if you don't give them that money,
are they the only ones who have brought honor? Excuse me. Are they the only ones? Are they the only ones that have brought honor to Nigeria?
There will still be poverty in Nigeria.
So you enjoy poverty.
That money, it will.
Do you like poverty?
It will change. They will never be poor in their life. Their families.
There are several people who have represented Nigeria in different capacities.
No, those people are President Bola
soldiers.
I'm not his
Nigerian soldiers will travel here to ECOWAS.
They should
they
reward
go
them.
There and come back, and the government does not care
if
for
they
them.
Reward them,
when they get old, you find out that they start protesting.
Whoever is
those
in charge, should reward those ones. They are our heroes. These Super Falcons are our heroes.
Therefore, the government we should give them everything we have.
All right, gentlemen, thank you so very much. I think we are going to draw the curtain for today on bdtv Roundtable. I want to thank you for coming. I think the argument is out there, gentlemen. The argument is out there as to whether this was what they were. I mean, $100,000 for each of them, and $50,000 for members of the technical crew and all that. So, but. Well, we can continue to argue, but then I mean we leave it the way it is, and then but we want to again say congratulations to the Super Falcons.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you for watching BD Roundtable. Until we come your way next week, remain blessed. My name is Joshua Bassi, the usual host.